All right. Okay, so like I said, my name is Ben. I represent two organizations. One is an NGO called Acafp Development Center, which is quite research focused. And the second organization is the University of the German Federal Military. Today we will be discussing or looking at the value chain and looking at sustainability as well as food safety. And here we are looking at aquaponics as a viable model. So by hands of applause, so I'll just skip the agenda. This is how currently we produce fish in most African regions. You collect water every 2-3 days, you dump the water into the environment, and you refresh again. By applause, is that correct? Would most of you agree with this? Yes? No? Who says no? No one. So this is the way that it's been done. And the value chain for this is quite straightforward. You have your input supply, you have those who produce, some of them are the same that process, and they just take it to consumers. No test, no labeling, nothing. And where is the safety in all of this? So the idea is, with aquaponics, it's a bit different. At least if we don't have any label to show that it is safe, we should have some natural indicators. And aquaponics is nothing other than combining aquaculture with horticulture. And you are using their synergies. Meaning, you cannot spray your plants unless you want your fishes to die. So, does that make sense? You have your fish component that goes into your plant's component, and that water is filtered, sent into a tank, and sent back to the fishes. Right? So if you are going to do this kind of setup, you need a different kind of approach. This is what an aquaponic system looks like in real life. And this is the system that is working. It has been working in Lagos for the past 5 to 6 years. On the left-hand side, you can see that okra is regularly being grown on an aquaponic system. On the right-hand side, you can even see as much as ugu is grown on an aquaponic system. And this is what a simple aquaponic system looks like. The NGO I work with, we fabricate facilities. And one of the things we want to do is make aquaponics as cheap and as less energy intense as possible, whereby you do not require, or you require quite minimum energy to run such a system. And that is what we do as an NGO. Now, when it comes to the value chain of aquaponics, it becomes a bit more complex. You have to do some testings, because like I said, you do not want your fishes to die. So it's important that your water quality is safe, which also means your vegetable water has to be safe. For aquaponics, it's shown that fish raised in aquaponics and processed, they have a longer shelf life. From our experience, our shelf life is between 6 months and a year, because we do packaging, right? If you look at the various steps in aquaponics that is missing in conventional, it is huge. All the X's represent places we do not have some kind of control or some kind of oversight. So you would see that aquaponics is a sure banker when it comes to ensuring that we have a safer form of food production. And the good thing about aquaponics is you could go large scale, or you could do it in even an urban jungle like Lagos, right? So those are some of the advantages. Now, one of the things that we also look at when it comes to aquaponics and our packaging is, you could please, most of you can also take out your phones and scan this QR code. One of the things you will get, it takes you to the labeling that I was talking to the minister of, or someone from the Ministry of Health, as one of the first labels, quasi labels in Nigeria. And these labels, they signify testing of heavy metals as well as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, PAHs, in Nigeria. So for those who care about what they eat, this scan code will do it for you. For those who do not care, which is a substantial majority, food safety would continue to possess or to pose a risk. So please, I hope you have given enough time to scan this. One of the things we also saw from the observations of the facilities we have in Lagos is that when you look at the environmental cost, because everything has an environmental cost, conventional aquaculture like you are doing it is costing each and every one our space of the environment, right? And this cost is positive. The environmental cost for aquaponics, on the other hand, is negative, which means it provides us a benefit. So not to take too much of your time, our recommendation, aquaponics should also be embedded in as much as in the food safety as well as in the national development plan. There should be incentives for aquaponics, especially the simplified one for urban dwellers, and we should have a much more simplified certification, food safety certification, especially for those in the informal sector. So I said I won't take more. I hope I didn't take more than. Okay, thank you. So, like I said, please keep your questions to. Just write your questions down. By the 5th presentation, we will take them. I would like to call on the next presenter, which is Mr. or Mrs. or Dr. Ajayi. So please come to present. Do we have Mrs. or Mr. Omotola F. Ajayi? Okay, if we don't have her, then we go on to the next one, which is Mr. James Elegbeleye. Okay, so we have him. Ah, okay. So he's doctor, right? Okay, so he's, pardon me, he's Dr. Elegbeleye. Okay. Okay, we should take questions. No, the next person. Please, it's very important that those that would present, please drop your slides so that we don't have to wait long. So please, after Mr. Elegbeleye, the next presenter would be Mr. Olaoye. So please, I hope your slides are there, Mr. Olaoye. And then we have all 5. Mr. Olaoye.
If those here are not done, move to the technical session way, so because everybody is here today.
Okay, technician, but this is I'm already here.
I'm talking about not 2 rooms before, here and the other side.
Okay.
So I'm saying everything is taking place here today.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I've also been informed that we are having a joint session. So there's not going to be 2 rooms. It's going to be all 1 room. So if you are presenting in the other session, please drop your presentation with the technical doc here. So if you are in the other room and you are supposed to present, also drop your presentation now. Kindly please do that. Actually, we could also make this more efficient and take some questions rather than Okay, so please let's take some few questions to the first presenter on tomatoes, and the next one with the one on aquaponics. Oh, you've dropped your. Okay, you are the one presenting now. When are you presenting? So can we take the questions now? Are there any questions? There's a question back there. There's 1, 2, 3. So we have 3 questions. First is the madam back there. And then I have my uncle here. Then I have another brother back there.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Karigidi. So I scanned the barcode you displayed, and the summary you gave is that this product is bad for consumption. Is that what you intended for us to see?
No, but that's not what we. That is just that you got there and you realize that. Uh-huh. But the idea is that you scan the barcode. All these products, they adhere to FAOI standards. We only wrote that there for just this conference.
Thank you.
So, to just make it clear, this is always a premium product. Normally, if you scan it on the pack, you would see, as long as it has 4 stars, over 7 and above, it is called premium. Anything less, it just says it's suitable for consumption. That does not mean it's bad. It means we are observing, all is observed at the FAO standard. But this is just going beyond, using the EU standard. So the next question is my uncle there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sirs.
So please, can we keep it down? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations. My first question goes to order on food security. I heard you in the course of your presentation. You said the farmers, some of them are not food secured. Okay, I don't know if you have taken into consideration the various yardsticks for food security. You know, when we talk of food security, you are talking of availability, avoidability, the food must be nutritious, and so we can accurately judge. I think these 4 factors must be taken into consideration. I don't know if you have comments as to that. Then my second question on aquaponics fishery and the conventional method. I don't know if you have taken into consideration the cost consideration, taking in mind, bearing in mind that these farmers, they operate at the grassroots level, and poverty is something. When you want to talk of the method, cost is very important. And secondly, are these aware of this method, this new method at grassroots level? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So your question about if the indicator I use captured the different access, affordability, availability. So the indicator is designed by the USAID Fanta project, and it emphasizes access, food accessibility. And for food to be accessible, it will be available, right? So that solves the problem of availability. And for somebody to also access food, he also can afford it. So I am sure that and because it was designed by the USAID Fanta project, these factors were taken into consideration. And then the 9 questions that made up the indicator, they emphasize some of the questions emphasize worry, some quality, like do you have access to the preferred quality of food you would like to take? That's one of the 9 questions. So these key factors are considered in the 9 questions that measure up, that make up the indicator. So thank you, sir. Yes, so out of the 9 questions are asked about the variety. Do you get the variety you prefer? So if a farmer says yes, then that is the end. And then how often do you get it? So that measures the degree to which that is. So that is what the scale measures. Time did not allow me to display all 9 questions that make up the indicator, and that would have helped you to see if all of these were really captured in it. But they are.
Thank you so much. So, sir, just to quickly answer your question. First question was on affordability of aquaponics units. On average, aquaponics used to be very expensive. But for NGOs, we are working on units that are less than $350 for a 10 square meter. And that is quite cheap. Because on average, such before will cost over $5,000. So we are working gradually to bring that down. Second, are farmers aware of this? We started with a lot of inviting grassroots farmers to our facilities. When they first come there, they are shocked. Oh, this is a bit too complex. But then we break it down to the barest minimum that everyone can understand. And that's the beauty of the latest simplified aquaponics that we've developed. That you yourself, you can do it in your own home. You can fabricate it yourself. All right. I think we have... Oh, yeah. Sorry. There's just one more question and then we go on. Yes?
Okay, thank you. My question goes to the first presenter, actually. So you emphasize that biological control is not actually widely adopted by the farmers. So, and we understand that we are now advocating for for green practices because of their environmental and health benefits. So I want to know, all these green practices, green technologies, green innovations, they are usually expensive, to be candid with you. So I would love to know, what would you like to say about bridging the gap, like this, the price gap? Because I believe that it will be one of the major things that is not convincing the farmer to go for the biological control method. Then another thing is that chemical control was majorly adopted by the respondents. Now, the thing is that how do we actually address the myth that is attached to the word chemical? Because in the sense that when you meet a farmer, an average farmer, and you say that you pitch a product to them and you be like, chemical, they are always willing and ready to buy anything. Chemical is attached to it. I don't know why. They'll be like, the word across they say, they'll be like, chemical it's a kind of thing that they do. So I would love to know, how do we actually address the myth that is attached to the word chemical? Thank you.
So for the biological control, a lot lies on the government and policymaker. And in one of my recommended policy, I emphasize the role the government ought to play in creating awareness and training, and how to empower farmers to be able to adopt some of these biological control, because they are expensive. But there are some biological control that are not expensive but effective, just that farmers are not so aware of it. Like the use of neem extract, it has proven to be effective against total absoluta infestation. So farmers can also adopt that. That is less expensive compared to the use of parasitoid and other natural enemies. So for the chemical control, that lies a lot on the consumers, Because interacting with these farmers in Kano State, I remember one farmer told me he would spray his tomato farm as much money as much money he has to buy chemical, the more he would spray his tomato. Because when consumers see that the tomato is all fresh, no spot at all, that is the one they go for. So these farmers spray and spray. So it's a lot lies on the consumers. So when you want to purchase your tomato, I think it's good that you allow your liver, because your liver is in charge of the detoxification, to decide, and not your eyes. Because sometimes some tomato have just a bucket of tomato and only one has spots, but there's another bucket of tomato that they are all fresh. Even a fly cannot perch on that tomato, and that's the one you are going for. But that a fly cannot perch on that shows that the pesticide residue is really high. So consumers, because we go for the fresh one, this motivates the farmers to want to keep spraying more, because that's what will bring them more market.
All right, thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next presenter. Now that we know that it's flies that we use to indicate the tomatoes we'll be buying. Oh, okay. Just very brief, because very brief. So, Prof.
Thank you, presenter. I have short questions. The first presenter, the duration of study, because the issue of food insecurity, it may be, they are farmers and apparently they will harvest their tomatoes, and when they sell, they make some money. So there will be no, how long was your study? Probably you went during their planting season or something. So that should be considered, because there must be a span. If the farmer does not have money at the beginning, when he harvests and sells, he'll make some money, so you have some food that he can buy. I want you to let us know that. Then, Oga Aquaponics, do you do water quality checks? Thank you.
Short, yes, we do water quality checks from pH all the way to nitrite. We do that because it's important for the fishes, or else they die. So we have probes and sensors to the extent that I could stay here and I know what's going on with my fish pond in Lagos. It alerts me if there's a problem. Okay, so we'll move on to the next presenter. Here, Doc.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So I'm going to be very brief about my presentation. It may not sound so familiar, but when we consider the problem we are having with the X-Men crisis, so it's relatable to some extent. So my title, the title of the presentation is the same as you have in the paper, but it's a simplistic form of the title, quantifying biofilm-induced proteolysis and lipolysis in UHT milk. So this is a lab. We are one of the few dairy microbiology, I believe, in Africa, which is not so impressive. So these are the works we have done so far. So it's a built-up. So we have done on the spore forming, the effect of the spores in milk. We have done several. We have characterized these organisms I'm going to be talking about. They are termed thermophilic because they can survive high temperature processing. So generally, the same thing that milk nutrition is the same thing that makes milk to spoil. So milk is nutrient rich. Old people drink milk, young people drink milk, not just the animal that's producing, the young calves of the animals producing milk. So in US is lost. And then we can see, if you see the chart, India has the highest. The United States, the cost in US is about 6.4 billion, average between 1 billion to 6.4 billion dollars. So there's a form of milk. We are used to pig milk, which is evaporated milk, but there are, in other climes, they have a UHT, ultra high processed milk. I have a sample in my bag over there. So ultra high temperature processed milk, they also have extended shelf life milk. So usually we see this labeling called long-lasting milk. That's extended shelf life. Because I won't go into the different forms of processing. But this milk, the challenge with them is that there are spore-forming microorganisms like your bacillus that survive processing. You know, they can withstand high temperature. They survive both as planktonic cells and also as biofilm forming during the processing. You know saline steel that they use for surface, food contact surface. So they survive, they attach, they survive, and they grow, and they also slough off, contaminating the downstream processing. So that's why we are doing this. An implication of that is that shelf life of this milk is reduced. Sorry, Dr. Adewumi, I have a sample of, in my bag of the UHT milk. I can show you. You can pass it around. Thank you, sir. So, apart from the reduced shelf life, the reduced shelf life is due to proteolysis and lipolysis, which cause enzymatic rancidity. So, this is scanning electron micrograph of the actual organisms we are talking about. This is the way the biofilm looks like. You can pass it around so we can see. So, then the objectives of this study is just for us to quantify the biofilm. I want to know which one is more important in the spoilage process. We want to compare the enzyme production. We want to also determine their spoilage potential, which happen to be strain dependent. So this is the process of biofilm formation. You see, the microorganisms, they are free-living planktonic states. They attach, the biofilm mature, different nutrients and oxygen gradient is formed, and it sloughs off. It breaks apart, contaminating. When you have a pipe that the milk is passing through, it contaminates the downstream process and ends up in the milk. And sometimes even their enzymes, their proteases, they survive. They survive even high temperature processing. And then you buy that kind of milk and it spoils in the fridge even before opening. So this is the materials and method, and I have the different stages of the research. So the first one is that we collected the strain, the bacteria. So from a actual milk factory, one of the biggest ones in South Africa. I don't want to give a name because they want to be protected. So, and then it's Gauteng, part of South Africa, and then we use reference strains from the 86 strains as our controls. So the milk samples were collected from the raw milk, and then there's a pasteurized milk from the pasteurizer. Then there's the aseptic filler nozzle where that kind of milk is filled, and there is the packaged milk. And then it's packaged, labels are attached. So it runs through this process. Then the second one is we screen for extracellular protease production. We use your media, agar, to solidify the media. Then, because it was difficult growing, it came out like this. It was difficult because for us to visualize, we added bromocresol green to give it that kind of coloration, a bluish coloration. Then we measure their hydrolysis. This is just for screening at the initial state. Then now we grow both the planktonic cells in UHT milk. That's the UHT milk over there. We follow this process. I don't want to waste your time. So we used, for the biofilm, we grew them on the same contact surface that they used in the industry. It's a stainless steel surface, and that's the specification of stainless steel. With semi-submerged in the milk, UHT milk, we grew in centrifuge tubes, and then we inoculated with our different strains that we got from those points I showed you earlier. Then we enumerated. It was difficult counting on Hager plate, so we used flow cytometry to count. So the good thing about flow cytometry is that when you stain, it counts both depends on the stain, the dye you use. It stains both the living, if you want the living, and all the dead. So we stain with Cyto9, a dye called Cyto9. So we want to, because in the pre-processing measures, such as sonication, vortexing, some of the organisms are damaged. But we want to count both the damaged and the living organisms, so we use only Cyto9 for counting. And we enumerated as log CFU per mil for the one on planktonic cells because it was in liquid, and then for the one on the contact surface, the stainless steel, we enumerated as log CFU per centimeter cube, using the area, the biofilm form per area. So then we did the enzyme assay. We use azocasein method and the PNPP phenyl nitrophenine method. So we follow this process. Then all the processes are very important, especially trichloroisotic acid, just to stop the growth of the organisms. And then we rate on spectrophotometer. So these are the strains are all there. We used 12 strains isolated. This for the extracellular protease production. And then we realized that all the isolates, you can see the differences between the second plate and the fourth plate. So they have different rates of production of extracellular proteases. Then there's one that we realized, B50, that when you look juxtapose it with what it is, that's Bacillus strain, ETCC 1174, produced the highest extracellular protease. Then this for the cell enumeration, you see that the planktonic cells, the cell's growth rates are almost the same, but for the biofilms, they have different growth rates. And some growth are significant from the asterisk means the level of significance. Then this for the proteolysis. See, some are very low. Now we realize that the B170, which is, and then B3610, which are the reference strains, they have better proteolytic production in their biofilm, in the biofilm states, more than compared with all the other isolates. The conclusion is just that we realized that the spoilage is strain dependent. The weak biofilm formats, which is in contrast with previous studies, in biofilm, especially in medical, when you talk about medical biofilms, you see that they are more resistant. Biofilms are more resistant to antibiotics and things like that. So, but here we realized that the weak biofilm formats happen to be even producing higher biofilm per cell. So, and there could be reasons for that. Then the biofilm associated enhancement, we realized that the dominant biofilms are more they are not, we can't pin anyone down, but generally the weak biofilm formers should be targeted more in the industry than the strong biofilm formers. Then we realized even some indigenous strains also, they showed some, compared with the ATC strain, they showed some lipolytic activity. From the previous slide, you see that some are even better than even the like B50, for instance. You can see that it's better in both the platonic state and in the biofilm states. Then we realize also that there's no consistency in the production, both in the biofilm and planktonic level. So as an industry, the whole essence of this is that you don't, because one, these organisms they can survive both as biofilms, as planktonic cells, and also by production of spores. So you don't want to leave them out. But specifically for this study, you want to also target more of the weak biofilm formats when you are doing your cleaning in place. So the key takeaway is that biofilm and planktonic cells produce strain-dependent proteolysis. You can't pin this down to any strain. And then it contradicts the established assumption that biofilm will always produce a better metabolite than the planktonic states. And then we also realize that planktonic often have higher enzyme production per cell, and the weak biofilm formats pose greater risk for extended shelf-life milk. And then the recommendation is that enhanced hygiene generally, and then biofilm monitoring in production lines should be in place. Then the future is that we are looking at future studies that we are looking at temperature effects, and instead of looking at this as single species biofilm, we look at multi-species biofilms. And then that's the end of my. So we want to acknowledge both the organizer of this conference and also Milk SA and my department at the University of Pretoria. So if you have any question, I know this is a bit above what we expect in your food safety conference, but you can ask your question.
Yeah, we we intend to ask the questions after another two presentations. So the next presenter is Mr. or Mrs. Abodunrin. Do we have Mr. or Mrs. Abodunrin in the house? It's the economic costs and benefit of digitalizing agri-food systems for Ghanaian smallholder farmers. No? She's here? Oh, is a he? Oh. Oh, no. So the, sorry. The Abodunrin is not about Ghana. But if she's not here, then we move on to the Ghanaian, to Mana. Okay.
I'm presenting on behalf of Abdullah. He's not here.
Okay.
So he has sent his slides, so I'm just presenting.
So,
Should I? Yes, so you see, it's Abdullah. I'm presenting on behalf of him.
okay.
That's it.
Okay. So, for the economic cost and benefit of digitizing agri-food systems for Ghanaian smallholder, you would see that is Abdullah, but he will here Nana will be presenting on his behalf. He's not here today. So just to be sure, Mr. or Mrs. Abodunrin is not, she's not here.
It's not me, so you think somebody should present one thing.
Oh, he's not ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can look at the next presenter. Is there a Mr. or Mrs. or Dr. Professor Adeola here to present enhancing seafood safety? Is there someone here? Okay. So I hope it's Dr. Adeola, or you are not the one? Okay. Or is it Professor? Okay. So, okay. So let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Do we have it here? Okay. So I'm here to present the Enhancing Seafood Safety and Shelf Life with decentralized solar-powered cold room storage in Sagbo Goji Island in Lagos. So I'm representing other authors. And my name is Adeola Hanyo. Okay, so fish is highly perishable commodity, and it is what we call temperature control for safety products. That is, after capturing, the temperature of the product is very important for its safety. So control temperature is needed along its value chain. It's not what we can just see. I'm talking about fresh fish, captured fish. It's not what we can just keep here for longer than expected time. So Sagbokoi Island is a small coastal community that they have about 30,000 people, and what they do majorly on the island is fishing. So that's their major occupation. So they have a lot of challenges, including infrastructure, electricity, lack of electricity, and cold storage facility. For this project, what we discovered was that they had a lot of post-harvest losses, and that reduced their profits and the livelihood, and they have a lot of economic wastage. So because of the problems that they had initially, and they were unable to preserve, there were no preservation method. So after capturing majorly, what they do is either to get ice block, like what we use to ice the drinks, to put on the fish, or they smoke everything. So those two alternatives get them, they don't get money because they will now sell when the consumers don't need, or the ice itself, they use a lot of funds to get the hides, and it's not so sustainable. So in a particular project, the UNDP intervened and got solar powered cold storage facility to the community, and we realized that there was reduction in wastage, and they were happy. There was sustainability in the career that they were doing, and we noticed that it was cost effective and it was environmentally friendly. So we now decided to evaluate the operation and cost benefits of this storage facility that has been donated. And what we did was to get mixed method approach. So we collected data, we had some surveys, and we took some interviews. We went one by one to take some interview, and we also had group discussion. So the operation of solar powered cold storage was tested. We use 20 water sample. We use nylons. We put those water inside the nylon to see when the cold storage will freeze the sample, and the results are here. We noticed that because of the lack of electricity, that's one from the survey, they rely on ice block and smoking for preservation, as I firstly mentioned, and the method were costly and time consuming, and they wanted the cold storage to reduce wastage and to increase their profit. So we noticed that when we use the ice water inside the nylon, we noticed that the temperature dropped from 20 degrees centigrade to 0 degrees centigrade in 3 hours, and it reached -5 after 7 hours. And one of the challenges that we discovered was the battery was draining. You know, it was powered by solar. We had a battery drained by evening, and later the machine was switched off. So that was one of the problems that we encountered during this particular research, and we recommended a generator backup for a consistency in the performance. So the other aspects of the research to check the cost per month, we noticed that using the solar system as again diesel generator to power the cold storage facility, we noticed that less than 100,000 naira every month what was incurred for using solar system. Why, if we need to use solar diesel generator, it will be as more than 400,000 naira every month. So in summary, solar power cold storage facility reduced the operational cost, and it was found to be viable and cost-effective solution for improving livelihood in the community. So, and the facility is designed to reduce food waste, increase food safety by keeping fish at a safe, optimum temperature. So, reliable cold storage can extend the shelf life of fish, helping to mitigate the gap between supply and demand. And the low operational cost compared to traditional fishing preservation method, those methods that were prevalent in the community, that is smoking immediately or using the ice block to reduce the temperature. So in conclusion, we noticed that the facility that was supplied by UNDP is an innovative, effective solution to address the challenges that have been faced, and the facility operation ensure efficiency and reliable storage of perishable goods, and it improves the livelihood of the community. So we recommend that there should be a replica of this particular project in other community apart from the Sagogoyi community, so that we'll be able to check the effectiveness in other community as well. So these are my selected references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Doc. That was well within time. So we can go on to the next one, and then we after that we have one from probably Dr. Ajayi. I called him or her earlier on, but she wasn't here. But now she's here. So we go with Nana first, and then Dr. Ajayi, and then we take your questions after that. And I don't know if we'll be going on break after that. I'm not sure. No, we keep on because we want to finish. We want to leave here early today. So let's just have a marathon session, and then we can all go to our various locations. So, Nana.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, so I'm Nana Yamwa Safoje. I'm presenting this on behalf of Abdullah Mahama. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. So this particular research is looking at the economic cost and benefits of digitalization in terms of the agri-food systems among smallholder farmers in Ghana. So as a way of background, now FAO has realized that there have been a lot of progress with regards to digitalization among farmers, among the agri system. In other words, there are opportunities that they are making use of this digitalization. For instance, farmers nowadays can access information in terms of weather, in terms of market, and even in terms of how to apply pesticides. Now, over the years, there is this organization, CABI, the Center for Agricultural Biosciences International. Now, they have come up with technologies that farmers can, for instance, if they go to their farm and they realize that there's a pest infestation, they can just take a picture of that, upload it onto a platform. At the back end, there's somebody called a plant doctor who can also assess and give them a specific kind of recommendations or remedy for that. Now, we've also seen that, so along the line, the revolution has started. Farmers are using it. It's changing, it's enhancing productivity, it's improving their livelihood. And in a nutshell, it's improving food security as well as going a long way to improve the food safety as well. In Ghana, this was done under this particular project that is enhancing farmers' uptake of digital technologies, whereby they looked at digital technologies that farmers are employing, from smartphones, feature phones, radio, TV, even those who use their tablets, those who even have, there are some farmers who realize that they are even using what we call the satellites to access some of these informations. So what this research sought to do, since it's a new area or gray area within the context that we're looking at, the study area, it sought to look at the perceived economic cost and then losses associated with adopting this digital technology. So that is the essence of this particular study. So the method that what we used, that it was a consciousness study. The data was taken along the northern sector of the country, the middle belt, and then the southern belt. In total, 1,040 farmers were involved in this particular study. So to achieve the goal, in other words, we want to find out those who are using the digital technologies in terms of the intensity, be it low, be it medium, be it high. And then when we say low, the project was looking at it in terms of if you're adopting 1 to 2 of these technologies, medium, that means you are moving beyond to 3 to 5, and then high, that means you're adopting all of these technology. That was about 9. So it was a 2-stage estimation econometric approach. In other words, the first stage was to find out the intensity. So how many farmers in terms of are doing it medium, high, or low. And then the intensity has to do with, we are looking at the variables that are contributing to whether a farmer belongs to a low, whether a farmer is moving from a low to medium, or whether a farmer is moving from medium to high. So that was the first stage of the estimation. Now, the second stage used what we call the IPWRA. What it does is that it now looks at those who are adopting and then match it according to their outcome. So here the outcome we're looking at in terms of the revenue, that is the benefit, in terms of the cost, that was looking in terms of the outcome. So that is how it measured that particular results. So let's first look at the adoption intensity. So the first one was matching those who were in terms of medium in the adoption of the digital technologies as again the low. Now from the variables, we realize that the male farmers in terms of moving from low to medium was positive. All right, it was significant at 1%. So the 3 stars here mean that it's significant at 1%. The 2 stars means it's significant at 5. And then when you see a 1 star, it's significant at 10%. So you have male farmers that is moving from low to medium. Now, again, the male farmers in terms of moving from low to high, it was significant at also 5%. And then you realize that education was playing a key role. So you realize that farmers who have access or who have accessed secondary education, farmers who have accessed tertiary education, in terms of the adoption from medium to low was also high. That is for 5% for the secondary, and also for 1% for the tertiary. Farmers who are moving from low to medium, as well as moving from low to high of these technology adoption. Again, we also realized that farm size was playing a critical role for farmers who are adopting or are moving from the low to high at a significant rate of 1%. So in other words, what he's saying is that commercial farmers, because of course, once your farm size is high, it means that you are no longer a small-scale farmer. That is, you are more a commercial farmer here. So it means that the adoption intensity in terms of the kind of technologies that you deploy at your disposal is quite high. So now let's look at the outcome results. That is, in terms of the output, the productivity, we're looking at the benefit, the revenue, also the benefit, as well as the cost. Now, during the course of this particular conference, we realized that food safety issues start right from the farm. All right. So if the farmer is doing something right with regard to using technology to help him or her to produce, that means if the farmer is producing food that is safe, the farmer is likely to increase his output. So if you're having a higher output as a result of using the digital technologies, now realize that if a farmer is moving from a low to medium, it's increasing his productivity in terms of the output by 6%. All right, and it's significant at 5% level. Now, if the farmer is moving from a low to high in terms of the digital technology adoption, you realize that that's 11.3% increase in productivity. That is the output, and also that is significant as 5%. For revenue, you realize that farmers who are moving from low to medium in terms of their digital technologies, it was not that significant at 5, but it's significant at 10%. And here we are saying that it also increases their revenue by 6.7%. Now, when we look at the cost, in terms of reduction in cost, even though moving from a low digital technology to a medium digital technology reduces the cost, but it's not significant. But we see the essence in terms of those who are moving from low to a higher digital technology, reducing their cost by also that particular percent at 5%. So in a nutshell, what we are saying that digital technologies, it's here to improve farmers, but even though these are what the farmers are saying in terms of their perceptions, there is evidence to prove that. So what policy recommendations this study seek to give was that we need to enhance digital farmer literacy programs. In other words, we need to establish some community ICT hubs in rural areas in terms of how to train farmers to even use these digital apps to enhance their digital finance and traceability. Because what we realize that a lot of farmers have smartphones, a lot of farmers have access to even a simple feature phone. But how to use it, how to make use of it to get the maximum impact of that particular technology, they are not doing that. So training has to be done at that level, because remember that education shows that it increases the intensity of adoption, moving from a low to medium and then from a low to high. What we're also saying was that the training that is going to be deployed has to be gender sensitive, because you realize that most of the males are more lean to moving in this digital technology space, but it has to be gender sensitive so that the priority also should be given to women farmers with tailored content. In other words, we shouldn't just give a blanket training for all, but it should be tailored towards the women in terms of, and also there should be subsidized access to these devices, because the men have the money, they have everything at their disposal, so they can have access to it, but we should subsidize it for the women as well. Again, we're also looking at youth engagement, that we should integrate these digital agriculture into vocational and tertiary curriculum to attract our younger farmers, into agribusiness. We realize that most of these farmers, in terms of the age bracket, they are quite old, but we want the youth to be more involved. So the youth are more leaning towards technology. So if we integrate these digital technologies, the youth would come into this agriculture space. Again, lastly, we are saying that digital certification systems. Now we need to integrate these mobile apps in terms of monitoring pesticides, in terms of storage conditions. That meet the standard of FDA and the Ghana Standard Authority in Ghana. So in a nutshell, this is what this project seeks to give, and then this is the recommendations that we have here. Thank you.
Please give Nana another round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please keep your questions to the last presentation for this session first. So, Dr. Ajayi, so you are being called again because the idea was, is she now here? Doc, technical doc, is she now here or he now here or he? Okay, all right. So we'll have this presentation, then we'll take a maximum, how many questions? Two per presenter, so that will be around 8 questions. If you say we are taking two. And you still have to come to, is there a slide there or? Okay. So.
Good morning. The title of my presentation is The Nexus Between Bioeconomy and Food Security in Nigeria. Next slide. Okay. Oh, no, I'm not getting it. Okay. Okay. Why food? Food is very crucial for the survival. It's a very crucial requirement for the survival of human. Without food, then we cannot survive as human beings. However, achieving this food security has become a global challenge in the face of increasing population of the whole world. Food insecurity is highly prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria. So this increase in population growth is identified as one of the causes of food insecurity. And this supports the Matters theory of population, which says population grows exponentially while food grows arithmetically, thereby increasing food insecurity. Currently, we have 800 to 925 million people faced with malnourishment, with over 2 billion affected by eating hunger. To achieve this food security, then there is need for the government and policymakers to adopt a new method or new model to achieve food security. So, bioeconomy has been identified as one of the innovative solutions for sustainable food production and distribution of food, including in Nigeria and all the countries of the world. What is bioeconomy? Bioeconomy involves the use of biological resources and innovation to build sustainable economic system across various sections. It is integrating biology into industrial and agricultural practice. And it has also been identified that biotechnology forms its basis, meeting rising food demands from population growth. The role of biotechnology. Biotechnology accelerates plant breeding, it improves the quality of food, and reduces production costs, thereby fostering sustainable farming methods for a long time. In the absence of biotechnology, we have unhealthy population, and when we have unhealthy population, then we have low growth and development. In Nigeria, bioeconomy has been adopted, and this has led to the establishment of some agencies where we have the National Biotechnology Research Development Agency formed to design and implement biotechnology policy in 2001. Then we have National Biosafety Management Agency to provide legal framework for biotechnology. Also, the establishment of these two agencies has led to the development of some food which we are already consuming. We have the beauty cowpea commercialized already, and we have the telomerase approved already. However, with all this, the relationship between bioeconomy and food security may not be linear. The choice of what to produce could lead to food feed conflict or food fuel competition, as what is used in the production of food is also used in the production of feed and fuel. This led to the study of the effect of bioeconomy on food security, and also to determine the threshold level of bioeconomy for achieving food security in Nigeria. This study made use of ALTL, and the threshold level of bioeconomy is attained using the threshold, using the ANSIN 1996. The data used covered 1980 to 2024, and it sourced from both WDI and CBN. So we estimated the long run and the short run of effect of bioeconomy on food security. So in the long run, we have bioeconomy to have a positive effect on food security, and also in the short run, it also has a positive effect on food security. This is the threshold specification, and the threshold tells us that anything less than 8.11% of GDP on food security, of GDP on bioeconomy, we still have a positive effect on food security, even when it is more than it. So this implies that bioeconomy helps to achieve food security, both in the short run and in the long run. So bioeconomy positively and significantly promotes food security in Nigeria, both in the short run and in the long run. It leads to higher agricultural productivity, better quality and more nutritious food options, and also reduces post-harvest losses. The threshold, which is 8.11% of GDP, helps us in enhancing food security in Nigeria. This implies that when the government investment into the bioeconomy sector increases, then it stimulates food security. This implies that government investment into the bioeconomy sectors in both regime stimulates food security. Conclusion: bioeconomy is found to have a positive effect on food security. It enhances food security both in the long run and the short run in Nigeria. So the government should adopt bioeconomy, leverage on it. So for the government to benefit or to make use of, to see the benefit of bioeconomy to a large extent, there is need for the government to encourage private-public or public-private partnership, encourage collaboration between the government and private sector, then boost funding in biotechnology research and development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajayi. So now we can pick a number of questions. I know I have two. So let's, if you remember all the presenters. So let's go by. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8. Right? Okay. Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's start with 1.
Okay, my question is to Dr. Adiola Anyo. So first, first of all, I would have loved to see the picture of the solar panel ice cold room. And then the second question is that I would like to have an idea of the cost if the local people can actually afford that. Thank you.
Thank you. So please, our presenters just note the questions, and then we'll. So number 2.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Elegbeleye. Yes. That was a beautiful presentation and it was a fantastic study. I also did a work on biofilm formation and cellulose production some years back in Kwara State. And we were able to detect the presence of Listeria monocytogenes and the pathogenic E. coli from different milk products, yogurt, soft cheese, wara, and we took our samples at different lines of the processing. And at the end of the day, we were able to quantify the biofilm formation and the cellulose production. So now my question to you is that, how would you tell a Fulani farmer, or what would you recommend to a local farmer, looking at the informal sector now, about this, the findings of your study, and how will you communicate biofilm formation, in a layman's language to a local farmer? Thank you.
Okay, so just thank you so much. So the number 3, we'll just take all the questions and then we'll let the presenters answer.
Good morning, everyone. My question also goes to the same person that presented on the UHT milk. So I want to ask that, do you do a shelf life study on the milk? It was not passed, and how many months or years it is? One of the reasons why I ask is that I've noticed most milk have like 6 months shelf life. Milk in the market, I noticed have extended shelf life more than the normal milk. So the question is it the or just that temperature method gave it extended shelf life compared to the normal milk? That was my question.
So, Dr. Bao.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. My question goes to Dr. Ayano. I would like to find out if you checked or considered how long it took for the ice block to defrost or thaw, because that's going to give us an idea of how long the fish that is kept in such freezing system thaws or defrosts. I don't know, I'm just asking that as a question.
Okay. I think she has to note that too. Who are the last ones? So I think my question goes, we have Dr. Rose, or Professor Rose.
My question to the last, the bioeconomy. So you talk about the fact that there is conflict between using food for fuel, feed, and also for food. So can you give me at least one strategy that emerged from your study that we can use to resolve that conflict? Thank you.
Thank you. And the final, okay, I'll just go with your question and I'll then come with mine. So.
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. James. Now that it has been established that these biofilms are there in the pipelines during milk processing, are they a kind of things that can be applied to get rid of these biofilms from the pipelines? Thank you.
My 2 questions, one goes to Nana. So Nana, the econometrics, did you consider some, when you talk of gender, so we saw that there are some 2 different, I think the male were doing better compared to female. Did you consider also the diverse attributes of female education, etc., and interaction terms, if that would help. So that's so much for Nana with the econometrics. And if you could tell us what type of data are we talking about? Is it panel data? Is it cross-sectional data? The other one is to Dr. I believe it's Dr. Ajayi, right? To the cold chain. Madam, you said they put off the stuff in the night. Constant temperature, is that not what goes with food safety? And if that thing is well isolated, it should hold for another 7 hours, maybe. And that shouldn't raise alarm. So just tell us that. So we'll go from presenter to presenter. I think we'll start with hers. We'll go over to Nana. Then, so we'll start with her. We'll go over to Nana and then to you for your final answer.
Thank you. So answer the questions that have been asked. The first one is the cost of the solar dryer. Because it was actually a project, so it's actually it was free to the community, but for replication in another community, it costs 30,000 USD. So it wasn't so cheap. So the second question about the picture. So for the next stage of this conference, the 5-page submission, the picture will be submitted with it. Sorry, I did not capture that. Then about the question, if we check how long the ice block defrosts, we did not check that one as well. But what we noticed, it was supposed to be an intervention. So one of the things that we noticed is culture is very, very, very powerful when it comes to this. So the community don't want it because earlier they gave an option of using ice block. So they did not want the solar storage at all. So they even as we talk, they've reversed back to using their ice block because they feel that they sell the ice block more. So, and one of the fabrication issues that we had with the solar freezing compartment was the battery submitted that was fabricated was only one. So after acquiring the solar energy, in the evening, the battery will have gone down. So they put it off, but they put it on again in the morning. So it's still sustained, but the community themselves, they prefer selling the ice block. Someone already has the ice block business. Even at the time, they were damaging the equipment. So they prefer going to the ice block woman to get the ice block and use it to cool their fish.
All right. Thank you so much for that. But please, for the next line of action, it would be good because you also mentioned the indicators. So such indicators would be very good to have. So Nana, please, over to you.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, so as at this stage, we've not considered the interaction terms. Currently, this is a working paper. So yes, you are right. We'll look at the interaction in terms of other socioeconomic, in terms of the impact on other things to see whether one changes, if it will change in the other. So that is very true. It's something that we'll consider in the next stage since it's a working paper. And yes, it's a cross-sectional data that was taken, just a point. It was not a panel data. So it's one of the limitations that we are seeing. But in other studies, we'll try to see how these also play out in a panel in data set. Yeah, thank you.
And just the one mention with the gender. So because it's a male-dominated. Because
Yes,
you talked about
yes,
gender.
yes,
How do we
exactly.
get away from that?
Yes, that is very true. So it's male-dominated.
Please, can we keep it down so that we understand what he's saying? Thank you.
Yes, it's male-dominated. That is very true. So that is why, as part of the recommendation, because once you run the regression, it will tell you that the males will be doing better in terms of the technology adoption. But of course, regression tells us what is this on the ground. So that is where we have to now bring in a policy intervention to correct that issue. If not, we'll just be going by the numbers, and I think that will not help. So that is where the policy is coming in. But this study was done in conjunction with the E-Extension Agric in Ghana. So they are on the ground, and then they will help correct these issues, yes, on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So finally, we'll go over to Doc.
I will start with the differentiation of the different milk products. It's because of the process. So our own evaporated milk is more culture linked. So when the white Europeans started bringing milk into Africa in the 60s, maybe 50s, so they will, because it spoils quickly, so they would evaporate to preserve longer. But in the world, all over the world, they sell things like this because people prefer this. If you pour this into a cup, you can try. It's like fresh, almost like fresh. So the difference between evaporated milk is that it's evaporated and thickened, and then UHT milk, they use ultra high temperature processing for like few seconds. So pasteurized milk, normal pasteurized milk, not evaporated milk now, they use a bit of low temperature, about 74 degrees Celsius for like 30 minutes. So those effects are the ESL milk, they do extended shelf life milk is not really ultra high. They use high temperature, maybe like 135 degrees Celsius for like 8 seconds, 3 to 8 seconds. But also for ESL milk, the distinction between ESL milk and UHT milk is that ESL milk does not have the burnt flavor. So unlike UHT milk, that's higher. So this is UHT, not ESL. So most of them in Europe, they sell them as long-lasting milk. So they are more fresh-like, more whitish in color than our own brown. So if they see our own brown milk or whatever, most people don't take them. It seems as if it's not fresh, so they want. So in most parts of the world, Europe, America, in Southern Africa, this is what they take. Then I'm sorry, because we had like 7 to 8 minutes to present. Biofilms. Your best example, when you have your bathroom that is not washed and it's slippery, that's biofilm. Or dishes or cooking utensils, those are biofilms. So for the Fulani people, you want to bring it low. Most of the contamination will happen from the cooking utensils and the cooking utensils, sometimes the heights of the animal, sometimes even the feet. Researchers realized that you have more contamination happening during winter or harmattan because of the dryness and the spores, especially with spore-forming organisms. So to them to communicate the most, I just observe GMP, that's hygiene, when they are producing, clean the odor, maybe possibly disinfect the odor. I was speaking with someone, we met with Dr. Adewumi. Most of this have been, AI and robots has been applied. There's a robotic farm that does milk production in South Africa. The robot cleans the odor, disinfects it, milk part of the milk, and throw it away before starting the actual milking process. So everything has been. So we need to think beyond the Fulani. So if we want to really grow in this country. So the third question, of course, we can inculcate them into the whole policy thing, training them, and so it's more of the political will, which the government does not have. So I'm sorry about that. Then for someone asked the question about how do we mitigate against the challenge of the biofilm. I would say part of this research, we also did, another student did, a master student did the mitigation process. So they use what's called cleaning in place. There are biosolutions to clean, and then we've done some works about the most effective ones. So they also do in the industry, but more essentially in some of these, I know some universities also are doing research about biosensors that will sense the formation of this biofilm, and then they will act on the cleaning process that's best for cleaning. So a lot of research is going into these things. So it's more applicable to the industry setting than and therefore those people who are just on the because we operate from, especially in Nigeria here, most of our markets are informal. So we also need to bring them along in this kind of studies like what we have done. And then we should know the importance, because we take a lot of things for granted in Nigeria. There was an outbreak in 2017, 2018 in South Africa that's linked with listeria, very I realized, sorry, just to know, because this is a ShopRite product, right, brand in South Africa. They were pulling their milk, their products from different shops in Zambia, in Botswana, but I was expecting that they would pull it from Nigeria. I was monitoring, nobody did. So they don't really rate us. And then we also are not aware of a lot of things. We just take everything gliding with flowing with the flow, so which is very dangerous. So I believe as participants in this conference, we should take the matters of food safety more and at governmental level.
Yeah, a round of applause for all the presenters. I think we can move on to the next. Okay. Okay. So please, before we go on, while I see that they are distributing some refreshment, please, the first set of presenters should come forward for the picture sessions. Thereafter, the second set, as well as the third, and then we move on to the next session. So please, the first set of presenters, pictures. So where the first set? They've gone? Oh, okay. All right. So let's just move on with the next set of presentations. So the next one has to do with food safety again, interventions for Africa. We are looking at Sylvia Nekasa. Is she here? No? Okay. Is she here? Sylvia? Because So will you'll be presenting on her behalf?
She's also Sylvia.
Okay.
And I'm Sylvia too.
Ah, okay. So
it's this one.
Okay, but she's not here.
Yes.
She's not here. This Sylvia is not here.
No. This person.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but then you can take the stage. So coincidentally, the next presenter too is called Sylvia. So this helps. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to you all. I'm Sylvia Bantu-Ahene from CSIR Stepri and the University of Ghana. And today I'm going to present findings from a qualitative study that explores aflatoxin awareness and mitigation practices among groundnut traders in the Upper West region of Ghana. Groundnuts are widely consumed across Ghana. They are staples and are used in the production of a lot of indigenous foods in Ghana. They also serve as a source of income, especially for smallholder farmers. There's a lot of production, about 70 to 80% of groundnuts. However, groundnuts are highly susceptible to aflatoxin contamination, and these aflatoxins are poisonous secondary metabolites that are produced by certain fungi, Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus, and they have been associated with causing liver cancer, stunting in children, and also suppressing immune function. The groundnut value chain involves different actors, from farmers to traders or aggregators, processors, and consumers. However, the current literature on aflatoxin research mainly focuses on farmers, their practices, lab contamination level testing of aflatoxins, without considering a lot. In fact, when it comes to traders, they are just tangentially mentioned or in various value chain analysis that is done. However, these traders, their practices directly affects the quality and safety of groundnuts that reaches consumers. And very little has been done to understand the aflatoxin awareness among these traders. This research therefore sought to explore aflatoxin awareness and mitigation practices among these groundnut traders in the Upper West region of Ghana. 7 focus group discussions were conducted in the various communities that are stated or that are shown on the map. As you can see, 1 focus group discussion was done per community with 7 participants per focus group discussion. And the participants were mainly traders or aggregators. The focus group discussions were also recorded, transcribed, and thematically analyzed using Brown and Clark framework. For our results, our first finding was on awareness of aflatoxins. In fact, most of the traders were aware of what molds are. However, they didn't know about the term aflatoxins. However, they knew what molds are and their implications. So none of them had heard about the term aflatoxin before the discussion, but they could tell that moisture from rain, dew, and premature harvest could cause mold growth in the groundnuts. Drying on bare ground and on hot, poorly ventilated rooms could cause molds, and then, of bitterness as well. Some of the illustrative quotes include, one of the traders said, when the groundnuts are not dried well, they get moldy. Once mold starts, you can lose a whole bag of groundnuts. Another trader also mentioned that mold grows when the groundnuts are not dried well. People can fall sick if they eat moldy nuts. For our next finding on the aflatoxin mitigation practices across the communities, all the traders were actively trying to control aflatoxins. And some of the key practices include re-drying the groundnuts, even if the farmers confirmed that the groundnuts they were purchasing had already been dried. And they did this using mats and then tarpaulins, old sacks, to ensure that they were well dried. They didn't keep them on the bare ground, which was also good. They also did very intensive sorting. They sorted out the bad groundnuts, and they also stored the groundnuts in bags and on platforms rather than leaving them on the bare ground. One trader, for example, said, even though the farmer says they are dry, we still re-dry. For the challenges, although the traders were putting in all the efforts they could to ensure mitigation, they still had some challenges. And some of the challenges that came up from the discussions include a lack of capital. So once they don't have the money, they won't be able to purchase the storage equipment that can help control these aflatoxins. And even if, for instance, one of the traders said, they need money because Ghana is too hard. So if Ghana is too hard, they are not having the money, they won't be able to put in the measures they need to control. And also there were logistical constraints such as bad roads and then poorly ventilated storage rooms for them. You know, most of them, they do their storage in their rooms. They don't have a proper storage facility for that. And then environmental constraints such as unpredictable winds also have an effect. And there are also some behavioral constraints as well. Some farmers know exactly what to do, but will still not do the right thing. So for instance, one of them said, Ghana is hard, everybody is finding means and ways of reducing their costs. And because of that, they have to cut corners. There were also communication patterns that was found. Mainly communication is informal in that once the traders find any issue, they just complain to the farmers. And there is no formal trader associations where they can have that sort of discourse, share ideas and learn from each other. And there's also low extension contact, which is also very important. The farmers also knew exactly what they wanted. It's only that they didn't have, or they don't have all the resources they need. So for their aspirations, they expect to have clean granules accepted everywhere, better prices for quality instead of quantity, and then reduce spoilage during rainy seasons. And they also proposed their solutions. They shared exactly what they needed. If you are going to have any policy interventions, so you have to also listen to exactly what they want and then go according to that. So their proposed solutions include community drying platforms, community storage warehouses, affordable hermetic improved bags or the Pedi improved crop storage bags, solar or mechanical dryers, and access to loans. So the policy implications we have include recognizing traders as risk managers and not just intermediaries, investing in simple community level infrastructure, strengthening value chain communication, and addressing the structural constraints. So in conclusion, traders have strong practical knowledge of molds and its consequences, although they had not heard about the term aflatoxin, and they actively use drying, sorting, and simple storage strategies. However, they have some challenges which include capital infrastructure and behavioral issues. And also finally, supporting trader proposed solutions such as drying platforms, storage, financing, can simultaneously also improve public health, livelihoods, and trade. These are my references. I would like to acknowledge the Food Safety for Africa project for funding this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. Well done. Yes, so we move on to the next presenter, and that is Mary Ann. Do we have Mary Ann in the? Okay. She would be looking at all of this from the consumer perspective and education. Please, after Marianne, we would be expecting also probably Dr. Okochi. I hope she's also here and has dropped her presentation. If not, we move on to the next presenter then. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to all dignitaries here present. Good morning to the organizing committee for this conference, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Ann Adzande. I'm from the Department of Health Promotion and Behavioral Sciences, School of Public Health, University of Medical Sciences, Ondo City, Ondo State, Nigeria. And I'll be presenting on this research title, paper title, From Awareness to Action, Evaluating the Influence of Consumer Education on Food Safety Culture in Ondo City, Ondo State, Nigeria. Like we all know, we've been talking about food safety since the beginning of this conference, and food safety remains an issue of public health concern generally. With about 600 million illnesses and 420 fatalities worldwide. This was reported by WHO. And this occur each year. Like last year in Nigeria, we had the issue of cholera outbreak that started even in Lagos State, where sorry, this is my outline and good. So, like when people consumed tiger nut, and then there was fast spread of cholera outbreak. I've been opportune to, being involved in disease surveillance, and in the course of this disease surveillance, we've come to realize that behavioral issue is one of the major threats to food safety. We are all seated here. Some of us are even, we find ourselves guilty of some of these practices. Being educated does not mean that you have enough knowledge when it comes to food safety. You might be educated, fine, you might have gone to school, you have studied different courses, but you might not be knowledgeable when it comes to food safety. In Nigeria, the number are particularly high, with estimates of approximately 200 deaths and 173 million cases of diarrhea due to foodborne diseases each year. A large portion of food safety deaths globally and in Nigeria occur among the under 5 children. The concept of food safety culture as defined that it shares as the shared values, attitude, practices, and that shape food handling behaviors, and gain prominence to a long-term strategy for reducing risks associated with unsafe food practices. This is reported by Acafp, 2021. I've talked about this. So the objective of the study, before the objective, please. In Ondo City, located in Ondo State, southwest Nigeria, exemplifies challenges faced by many Nigeria communities in balancing consumer awareness with practical food behaviors. So, these are my specific objectives: assessing household awareness of food safety risk practices, examining role of consumer education in shaping attitude, behaviors, and lastly, identify barriers to sustainable food safety culture. The methodology. A descriptive cross-sectional survey design was used for this for this study, and a total number of 422 adults residents were used as respondents for this study. A multi-state sampling was used across 5 districts in Ondo City, and a structured questionnaire that was validated by public health experts, and a Cronbach alpha of 0.764 was used to test the research instrument. The data analysis was done using SPSS version 23. Key findings from the research. The first objective, that is consumer awareness, findings reveal that households in Ondo City exhibit strong basic knowledge and awareness when it comes to key food safety practices, such as prevention of cross-contamination, hand washing, and nearly all participants affirm that raw meat should be kept separately from ready-to-eat foods, which is about 96% of the respondents reported that. And 96% also agree that fruits and vegetables should be washed under running water. This aligns with other Nigerian studies demonstrating high awareness of fundamental food safety principles, according to Romi Ito 2018. However, consistent with period research gaps remain a gap in applied knowledge regarding time temperature control, with many respondents misunderstanding safe practices from storing of leftover foods. Approximately 2/3 of the respondents believe that leftover food can remain safely at room temperature overnight. That is about 67% of the respondents reported that, and 32% of the respondents did not know that food should be refrigerated within 2 hours of cooking. Structural barriers like limited access to clean water, time constraints, also contributed to behavioral inconsistencies, and underscoring the education alone is insufficient without supportive infrastructures. So the key findings from the exposure to food safety education and influence. More than 57% of the respondents reported encountering food safety messages within previous months, like primarily TV and radio station. This findings is in line with Feromi Ito 2018, Ola Deji Ito 2023. And 41% of respondents had attended food safety training, while 50% rated the sessions highly useful. Then attitudinal items showed positive orientation towards safe food practices, with high agreement on statements related to personal responsibility, perceived risks, and the value of hygiene. Behavior adherence, inconsistent, knowledge consistent practice. Sorry. So from the third objective, the key finding for the third objective, most frequently reported barriers preventing practices of food safety and safe food handling regularly was lack of time, and others were cost, limited access to clean water, knowledge, and cultural habits. And all these are in line with Agba Oye 2023, which note that economic hardship and time constraints, especially among working class families, reduce the feasibility of consistent hygiene behavior even when awareness is high. And this supports the current study's conclusion that knowledge alone is insufficient without enabling conditions. In conclusion, households in Ondo City show strong basic food safety knowledge, but actually practices, especially around leftover storage, remain inconsistent due to structural barriers like constraint of time, cost, limited access to clean water, education alone is insufficient. Future research should focus on assessing long-term impact of community-based education, developing affordable safe food storage technologies, and understanding how socioeconomic factors influence food safety behaviors over the time. This insight will be vital for turning awareness into consistency, practice, and strengthening food safety system in urban Nigeria settings and beyond. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. I know we are getting towards the afternoon, but another round of applause, please. Thank you. So next on the list. So do you have the next person? The next slide. Because who I have here is Okochi.
Let me just bring the body with me on.
Do we have her here now?
He's here.
But that's not who I have next. Next I have
That's
this.
so you may have to go back.
Okay.
Okay, just call. Let me project.
Okay.
Let him give around.
Okay. And okay, do we go by the slides?
Yes, let's just go by the slide. Okay.
So we'll go then by the slides that are available, so that these are those that are here. The next presenter is Dr. Adewumi. I hope she's here. Oh, sorry. All right, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you. What about the, okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bengadewumi, and I'm here to make a presentation on Fura. We know Fura Denono, Fura and Nono. So the aim of this work was basically to examine the microbiota of Fura. Now, it's a traditional millet-based food that is common in the northern part of Nigeria. But as time went by, they get integrated also to the southern part of Nigeria. And it is a cooked ball of dumpling, something you can describe as a dough. Now, there are many challenges that are associated with Fura, just as we have in many artisanal fermented food products that we have in Africa. Number one is the fact that it is spontaneously fermented, meaning that the fermentation process is not controlled. So the use of starter culture to initiate fermentation process is absent. And of course, the microbial community structure and dynamics has not really been defined. So these are the various challenges. And the fermentation process is unpredictable, unlike the ones we have in the Western countries. So efforts have been geared towards upscaling the fermentation process. But to do that, first, is to understand the microbial dynamics, the divergence, and the types that are present there. Now, so this study employed a polyphasic approach, meaning that the traditional microbiology was combined with the molecular techniques, both the culture-dependent molecular techniques and culture-independent molecular techniques. Now, for the culture-independent molecular techniques, we actually use PacBio, which is a sequencing platform for total genomic DNA. And this is just the process flowchart of how Fura is made. And the results we had is that the pH ranged between 4.09 to 6.90, indicating the presence of lactic acid bacteria as one of the key players in the fermented product. So it will be acidic in nature. Now, the percentage total treatable acidity, which is similar to the pH, the acidity, also tailored towards the presence of lactic acid bacteria. In terms of microbial population, we had a population of up to 10 raised to the power 9 in terms of the total heterotrophic bacteria count, meaning that you have different groups of microorganisms that have come to play in the fermentation menstruum. Since the fermentation process is spontaneous, it is not controlled. The same thing goes with other forms of microorganisms. We have total coliform counts also in the range of 10 raised to the power 9. And interestingly, the fecal coliform, which suggested the presence of fecal contamination and pollution, is also in this range of 10 raised to the power 9. Of course, it is traditionally produced. So what else do you expect? Of course, you must have seen the people who produce them using their hands. Of course, the personal hygiene is lacking. So many challenges are associated with this food. And also, the fungal count is there, also in their range. Now, in terms of the culture-dependent analysis, what we did basically was traditional microbiology of gram-staining catalase, and of course, getting representative colonies, and then using 16 sRNA gene to sequence to identify the representative colonies, where we had Acinetobacter and so on. Now, regarding this is just a phyllo tree showing evolutionary relatedness of our sequences and other sequences that were deposited in GenBank database. And then for the culture-independent molecular analysis, as I said earlier, we use PacBio, which is as against Illumina sequencing platform because of the long reads and so on. And this is just showing the clonal plots, showing the percentage distribution in terms of the species. And Serratia happen to be the most abundant, which is, of course, in the family of Enterobacteriaceae. And this family is very dangerous, both in terms of foodborne pathogens, foodborne illnesses, and human pathogens. Interestingly, this is just showing the percentage distribution. Now, interestingly, we identified Acinetobacter in the culture-dependent analysis and also in the culture-independent analysis, confirming the presence of this foodborne pathogen, also a human pathogen, meaning that the combination of these two techniques in a polyphasic manner has actually brought a better understanding of the microbiota of flora. Then again, the majority of the organisms or the bacteria that were identified are actually pathogenic in nature, indication of the fact that good manufacturing practices, good hygienic practices are actually lacking in the manufacturing of this product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc, for that. We're just waiting for the next slide. I think we take after this. Do we take some questions? Okay. So after this, then we take some questions. Okay. So please, we just have this one more, and then comes the question session. So again, we would pick 8 questions, and then we carry on with the next. So next, I would invite Dr. Adewola.
Good morning, everyone. So this morning, I will be speaking on food safety. Okay, thank you. Food safety and awareness of post-harvest handling practices of provitamin A maize among value chain actors in Nigeria. I will be speaking on behalf of these authors. This is the outline of the study today. So my introduction, we all know from Monday that food safety is a global problem, and its impact on public health and economy And the people that are the major players on this food safety chain are the value actors, which includes me, you, producers, processors, transporter, as many people as you can think about. And we should also know that there is need for knowledge of good post-harvest handling practices, awareness across all the value chain actors if we want better food safety. So the statement of the problem is, we'll be talking about the provitamin A maize basically today. This is a maize. Maize we now know is being used to address food security. And the provitamin A maize are the biofortified maize, which are not, they are addressing the food security, and they also addressing nutritional security across from the younger ones to the pregnant women and to everybody. And we know that this provitamin A maize, they are grown in the tropics, which makes them prone to aflatoxin contamination. Hence, a need for food safety is very important. And for us to get this food safety, we need good post-harvest handling practices. And for the provitamin A maize, they need to be stored in dark places so that the vitamin A maize are not easily denatured. Then they need good packing practices, good storage practices, and also for aflasafe application to control the aflatoxin. The objectives of this study is to understand palm value actors characteristics in the Nigeria state where the palm was introduced, then to understand value actors level of awareness of food safety practices, even considering the post-harvest handling practices that they are used to, because we noticed that most of the actors on the vitamin A processing, they were doing things like they were doing with the conventional maize, not taking into consideration that the post-harvest, the provitamin A maize is different from the conventional maize. And we also want to understand their preferred sources of information for dissemination and extension efforts. So the methodology was a mixed methodology. The research design, we're using qualitative, then quantitative questionnaires, focus group discussion. The location is in Nigeria. The study areas were Anambra, Kaduna, Kano, Niger, Imo, Osun, and Oyo State. The population specifically for these studies were processors, marketers, and consumers. And the variables operationalized were socioeconomic. Under socioeconomic were sex, age, education attainment. Then awareness was captured as aware, not aware, and the source of information is yes or no. So the results, from the table here, we can see that the male and the female were equally represented. The average age is 47.9. Then education attainment, we see that most of them were highly educated, with almost 88.7% having adult, primary, secondary, and tertiary education. And we talked about non-formal. Non-formal does not mean they don't have education at all. It might be indigenous, but we were looking for people that had formal education with good post-harvest practices. And we see that 33.4% of them were exposed to one form of training or the other. It could be through research institute, it could be through ADP, Ministry of Agri, but they had exposure to training. Then awareness level of post-harvest handling. For this study, well, we can't, the colors were not coming out. The highlighted numbers were the one that captured post-harvest practices that is important for provitamin A maize. It has to be stored in dark areas, so it has to be stored with appropriate packaging materials. It has to ensure application of aflatoxin, then there has to be hermetic storage. But we noticed that most of the respondents had high awareness in the method that they know for conventional maize, and they had rather low awareness in the areas that are important for the preservation of the nutrients that was put in through biofortification. So there need to be more awareness in that area. Then the sources that they would prefer for dissemination of information, maybe through extension. And we see that the processors would prefer the radio, the mobile phone, and the fellow value chain actors, and also the marketers. Why the consumers would prefer radio, mobile phone, and families and friends. So this shows that respondents would look for information that is available, accessible, and more closer to them. So in case of, we are talking of training, awareness, we need to look for the areas that would easily get even to the value chain actors. Then the relationship between value chain actors, awareness level on post-harvest handling practices and information need. So we want to get information across to them. What is the best way to get even this information across to them? So using the PPMC, even to analyze their awareness against information need. In this study, we see that the marketers have negatively significant value, while the consumer have positively significant value. This shows that they need different informations, even in what they do, because they are doing different things on the value chain. So it's not one information fits all, one information for this level or the other. So the different value chain actors need different information need. And also for the fact that the marketers in this one have more than enough information, why the consumers are still looking for information. And also we noted that the information they were getting were not favorable to food safety. So they might be getting information in other areas, and most of the time it's economic information, but are they related to their food safety needs? So we need to develop information in this area more for them to So conclusion, food safety and awareness practices for post-harvest handling of provitamin A maize among value chain actors in Nigeria is critical for safe food and also for food security. Then the value actors in these studies, however, have low awareness of good post-harvest handling practices that is relevant to aflatoxin management and micronutrient retention, for which the biofortified maize was produced. Then this is the pictures from the field. This is pictures on focus group discussion and questionnaires being applied. Then recommendation. Food safety practices, including aflatoxin management of provitamin A maize among value chain actors in Nigeria, can be enhanced by training and awareness on food safety measures. Then value chain actors training can be done using preferred information sources like radio, mobile phone, fellow actors, and families and friends. Then the authors would like to acknowledge funding from the German government through IITA, GAIN, and Harvest Plus. And the authors are grateful to the participating states, local government areas, communities, extension agents, value actors that participated in the study. These are the selected references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do we now take questions? Take questions, right? Yeah, okay. I would open the floor now for questions. We would take 8 questions. 1 at the back, you're number 1. We have number 2. We have number 3. We have number 4, number 5, number 6, 7. Who's the lucky 8th? So please, let's start from the back with number 1. And before you ask your question, it will be good to also who it is directed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My question is directed to the presenter, I think Dr. Benga Adeomi. You looked at the microbiota composition of traditionally produced fura. I'd just like to say, let me not say it's a question, let me just say it's a comment. When you talk about polyphasic approach, yes, we have both the culture-dependent and the culture-independent methods. But for the microbiota diversity, you mentioned a particular database, I think, that you used to analyze for that. I would suggest that you can also take this further to do a proper meta-barcoding to be able to see better diversity to what you have there. And then that will also help to be able to understand what the diversity is, and that will help you to know what to target in terms of foodborne pathogens you are looking at. Because I think there's a limitation there, especially with regards to what is alive and what is dead in the sample, since you are just working with DNA. So you need to be able to get that sorted out. And then probably if you do that, go through the metagenomic approach, you'll be able to target the specific genus that will be in the larger population, and then take it on to maybe whole genome sequencing to be able to study in depth what you're looking at. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So number 2, please.
All right, sir. My question is also directed to Dr. Adewumi here. So, because scientists we usually think our thought process is usually limited to the lab. So I want to ask you a question as a businessman now. Maybe you have an access to market these products, optimize it, market it to Europe, which is possible. You can break through from this, Dr. Adewumi. So what would you do so that you take this, I mean, we put the business dimension to this kind of research. What would you do in optimizing because you talked about the bad part, the pathogens. What about what's over the probiotic effect and things like that? And then how you can optimize without, there are variations much in the processes. So how would you like to do that? Maybe you can, and this applies to other products that's been discussed so far.
We'll take all the questions and then you can. So number three, please.
Yes, thanks to all the presenters. This one question is directed to Dr. Adewumi also. From his results.
So the next person that dedicates any questions to Dr. Adewumi will be fined. We have a lot of presenters here. 1 bag of rice.
I know that this product is a fermented product, and based on the pH that you detected, I was expecting to find some lactic acid bacteria. You were reporting Serratia and Acinetobacter, mostly pathogens. And we know that based on the pH, you are not expected to have this as much as that. So I want to ask, did you observe the number of days of fermentation, or you just went into the market to take your product, to take your samples, for you to have such results? And then apart from that, I want to also ask, what intervention are you suggesting for these producers of furadenone to prevent the advent of Serratia and Acinetobacter? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So number 4.
Thank you very much, sir. My question goes to our presenter on consumer education, on food safety in Ondo State. You said 422 adult residents. How did you arrive at this 422? And what are the categories of the respondents? Are they farmers, producers of foods, and consumers? Because when you want to publish this type of paper, they want to know how did you arrive at 422 and what are the categories? Because farmers are included. The poultry farmers, those that are selling those ready-to-eat fruits and vegetables, and then the consumers themselves, and also other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So number 5. So who was number 5, please?
Thank you. The moderator, please, you will need to permit me to also throw a question to Dr. Adewumi. My questions are for the two of the presenters, right? And don't be surprised, this is a traditional product that people will have more interest in it. So thank you, sir, for that permission. So my first question to Dr. Adewumi is somehow similar to what Dr. Adeniro have asked, but I will try to also let you see it from another angle, what I wanted to say. Number one, how did you get the samples that you work with? Did you produce the samples in the lab? Or you went to the market to pick the samples? Or you collected your samples from the farmers? I mean the processors, when I say for processors. So these are different nodes, okay, in that area. And that will have been able to help us to understand where the challenges are coming from, okay? And that will be able to also help to know what should be the way forward, right? So let me just keep it to that. The second one is to the doctor, professor that spoke on mycotoxins. Very interesting, man. When you are presenting, I had a question in my mind. I was expecting to see your conclusion or recommendation. Maybe that will address my question, but totally it was out of it. So I hope you'll be able to answer it, man. Number one is that, what is the main objective of your PHH, post-harvest handling? I try to help you to bring it down to make it so easy. I said, is it for the pro-vitamin A or to address the challenge of aflatoxin? I hope you get that. So which one? You are the one that presented aflatoxin. Yeah. So the question is for you. So that's number one. That what is the main objective? Why are you looking at the post-harvest handling practices, right? Is it that you want to see if the pro-vitamin A in the maize will be retained as a result of the practices, or you wanted to know if aflatoxin challenge will be reduced or eliminated, okay? That's the first one. But the second one that I don't know if you'll be able to answer is that, because along the line you also mentioned AflaSafe. So I was expecting to see your outcomes or conclusion in that line. Nothing came out. And the question is that, does AflaSafe inclusion, okay, guarantees that the products will be free from aflatoxins? I hope you get my question. So this was not mentioned at all. And let me also say that this is something that is causing serious arguments outside there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. So we go to number 6. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, all our presenters. Some of the questions have been partly asked, but I just want to start with Dr. Adewumi. I think the of collecting the samples, if I understood, I think you got them from different locations, Mushin and different parts, Agege. So at what point did you collect the fura, and who collected? What was done from the collection till the time you took them for analysis? I think there's also the possibility of handling the handlers contaminating the product along the line. How did you ensure there was no subsequent contamination? And then I was also expecting that with the acidity level, the pH values that you mentioned, the microbial levels should be low. From pH 4 point something, I think I saw something like that. I was surprised that we had 10 to the power 9 CFU per gram or something. I don't know what I saw. It was, it's a bit difficult to reconcile the two, because the acidity should have bactericidal effects. That is one. Then for the provitamin A presenter, can you tell us as a layman, how, if I go to the market, how I can
be able to differentiate the provitamin A maize from the one that is not.
So thank you for that. So we could go over to question number 7, and then before the final one. So it's Prof here.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and thanks to all the presenters. My question goes to the presentation on aflatoxin awareness and mitigation practices in Ghana. I think was presented by Sylvia Batuani. Now, I am a champion on aflatoxin mitigation for the African Union, and your research work is very, very interesting, and I am interested in knowing amongst the various awareness and mitigation practices that you used in Ghana for groundnut traders, which one was the most effective? That's my first question. My second question is, do you have an IEC strategy, that is information, education, and communication strategy, to reach out to groundnut traders, groundnut marketers, and other operators in the informal agricultural value chain? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sylvia, I think that was yours. Sylvia wanted to hear, sir, please could you also just repeat the last one? Sylvia just wanted to, yes, for the last question. She didn't get it.
Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. What I want to know, the last question is that whether you have an information, education, and communication strategy, IEC strategy, for operating in the groundnut value chain, especially those in the informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think we have one last one, and that's the 8th, and then we can have our presenters answer these questions.
Okay, I think most of my questions have been asked by other people. I would just want to suggest maybe it would be a good idea to have your processing under a controlled environment in the lab and see what you will get in comparison with what you have in the market. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So by popular demand, we'll start with our Fura, the Nuno, and we'll work our way down. So let's start with Doc, and then we work our way down to Mrs. Adeola and then Sylvia. All right, Doc.
Thank you very much for the questions. I really appreciate them. The first one has to do with the use of 16S RNA gene amplicon sequencing versus metagenomic analysis. Am I correct, sir? So, well, we have also done some work regarding metagenomic analysis of various fermented food ecosystems. But for this study, we only apply 16S RNA gene amplicon sequencing just for taxonomical profiling. And of course, the aspect of whether dead or live cells, of course, DNA was extracted. If we were really interested in the live cell, we would have extracted the RNA, and they will now transcribe and so on like that. So that's the limitation of the study for now. Now that answers that, I think. And then the question of Dr. Elegbeleye, optimization, the word optimization is a very big word that is that is very broad and all encompassing. Now, starting from the approach of control system, okay, the use of starter cultures, the use of cultural ways of handling the food in terms of good hygienic practices, good manufacturing practices, and also modification of the process flow. These are all the things that come into play. So if we are to commercialize this product, we have to really do intensive research and also extension activities among the producers before we can arrive at that. So we'll have some talk thereafter about this. Then, yes, the issue of not reporting lactic acid bacteria, it is not an intentional thing. We also found lactic acid bacteria. Meanwhile, these set of organisms, they are very fastidious. Even using culture-dependent analysis, using a selective medium, which is MRS, does not still guarantee that we will have lactic acid bacteria there. Interestingly enough, and from experience, we found bacillus competing with lactic acid bacteria in that same medium. So we had it. It's just that the proportion was low. And so that was why, and again, the target, the message was just the fact that the combination of a polyphasic technique can actually bring about a broader understanding of the microbiome composition of the food ecosystem. And of course, they were all market samples, and they are ready to eat samples. So we didn't manufacture our own, which is also part of optimization in the laboratory. We could have done our own, even if we are not using starter culture. We could have managed the hygiene, we could have managed the resources and so on, so that we can have a better, safe product for the consumers. And then the sample locations, of course, they are final food products. And of course, I agree, some of the microorganisms that we got they were process. Compared to the spontaneously fermented, the population of these foodborne pathogens in the different agar media, they got drastically reduced. So it is quite different from a spontaneously where every Tom, Dick, and Harry comes to play, compared to a particular fermentation system whereby you start the process with that particular organism. Adaptation is very important. So this will definitely come to play. I think I've tried to address those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think you have more than tried. So we'll go over to Dr. Adewola.
Thank you very much. The first question from Dr. Obadino, he said, what is the main objective? Since we are talking about food safety, we are looking at increased nutrients and having safe food. So the issue of provitamin A maize is to increase the nutrients of the people that are going to consume. And the aspect of the aflatoxin management is for the safety of the people that are going to consume it. So that is why we looked at they are using provitamin A maize and the aflatoxin management. Then he asked whether aflatoxin reduced, the aflacil reduced the aflatoxin. For this set of value chain actors, because the aflacil was basically introduced by the farmers and not necessarily the processors, the marketers, and the consumers. But one of the questions we asked was, how do they source their provitamin A maize? And most of them said they ensure that they buy from farmers that had applied, and the percentage were quite low for those that sourced from farmers that applied. So for this study in particular, we could not ascertain, because the value actors that were used do not directly apply the aflacil, but some of them had the knowledge of maybe getting their product from people that had used it, or they had knowledge, but the percentage was quite low. Then he asked, okay, then somebody said, how do we differentiate provitamin A maize from the conventional maize? From the conventional white maize, it is orange color. But from the conventional yellow maize, there is yellow maize. But when you put the yellow maize beside the provitamin A maize, it is more orange than yellow. And the study areas were places where they had been introduced initially. Did I answer your question, ma'am? It is more yellow than, it is more orange than the conventional yellow maize.
Right, thank you so much. Finally, we would, Sylvia, if you could then answer the last questions, and then we go on with the next number of presenters. Right?
Thank you very much. So on the first question, to be able to determine the most effective mitigation method, my research did not explicitly state, or it couldn't tell that one mitigation method was better than the other. But then, generally, the most effective one is, the most effective ones are drying, proper drying of the granules, grains, and then also doing the sorting. From my presentation, I mentioned that the traders stated that they even re-dried after the farmers had confirmed already drying their granules. So getting the moisture levels to less than 12% is very key. So I'll say that for that one, the most effective will be drying and the sorting. Taking out the moldy ones, the shriveled ones out are very effective. But then to really confirm, we would also have to do some laboratory trials to ascertain which ones are very, very effective. But generally, we can still focus on that. And then for the ICC, I've not come across any information on that, but then I'll take some time and also do that background checks. Thank you.
All right. Normally, I know this takes, maybe we should, would you?
Ben, she said you skipped her question.
Excuse me?
She said you skipped her question.
Okay, please. Sorry, apart from that, I think Doc's question has not been answered.
Question 4. Yes, that was what I want to respond to.
Oh, she's responding. Yeah, that's what she's going to respond to.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Yeah, about how I arrived at the sample size. Well, the sample size was calculated, was determined using Cochrane formula. So a total sample size of 384 respondents was arrived at. Then, to account for potential non-responses, I added the 10% of the figure, that's of the total sample size. That was how I arrived at 420. So for the sampling, it was a multi-stage sampling that was applied to the study, for the study. And then the Ondo City was divided into 5 districts: Yaba, Oka, Enuwa, Odo, Shida, and Ife Road, respectively. And wards were randomly selected. So on the issue of the question on adding the stakeholders and food handlers, well, the study was limited to just the general residents. So the study didn't look at the food handlers aspect and other stakeholder aspect of the research. Further study can explore all those areas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we've taken all the questions. Just not to jump into the next one, we've all been advised to go for a 15 minutes jog. I mean jog. You are not sitting, you are jogging around this compound. And no, it's just a 10 minutes break, and then you should be back. So just stand up, walk around, and in 10 minutes we should be back. And eat your snacks. Sylvia, I can't hear you until. Yeah, please, the presenters, please, we need to take the pictures in batches. So the first batch that presented up until the last, while the rest take a 10-minute walk.
Hello, please, the presenters, kindly come forward for the photograph. Where's Dr. Ajayi? Please come forward. Have you taken pictures? Have you taken pictures before? Have you taken pictures? You've taken before? Okay. No, they've taken groups. Please, come forward. Please come forward. Where is Silver? Akinwande, please change the screen. Next batch, please. A male can stand in between. You can stand between them. Please, we will reconverge by 12:10. We are coming back by 12:10 for the next round of presentations. Thank you.
So, I thought it's time we keep to time so that we can finish on time. Doc, who is the next person? So that we can identify the person, then we can. Yeah, let's. Is it Dr. Olasoju? Eh? Dr. Adele, okay. All right. So Dr. Adele would be the one presenting now. He's a young, dynamic man. All right, so the floor is yours. So please, let's have your attention, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'll be presenting on risk perception and food safety practice related to zoonotic tuberculosis among meat handlers, vendors, and consumers in Abeokuta, Nigeria. Okay, tuberculosis remains a significant public health concern globally with millions of new cases reported annually. So when we look at tuberculosis, it's a global challenge, and this presentation will be focusing on the zoonotic tuberculosis, particularly bovine zoonotic tuberculosis. According to World Health Organization, tuberculosis is one of the top 10 causes of death worldwide and the leading cause from a single infectious agent. The risk of zoonotic tuberculosis, a form of disease transmitted from animals to humans, is heightened by poor food safety practice and inadequate risk perception amongst those involved in the meat processing. So this research seeks to investigate the risk perceptions and food safety practices that are being carried out by meat vendors, meat handlers, and consumers in Abeokuta. So this study provides crucial data on awareness, practice, and perception regarding tuberculosis, as well as enabling the design of targeted intervention and reduce TB transmission through meat products. So the main objective of this research is to investigate the risk perception and food safety practices among the meat handlers, vendors, and consumers in Abeokuta. So these are the specific objectives of the studies: to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practice of meat vendors, handlers, and consumers in Abeokuta. Also to evaluate how meat handlers, vendors, and consumers perceive the risk of tuberculosis transmission through meat and animal products. So this is to evaluate how they seem to understand the risk associated with meat products, infected meat products, and then infected meat. The transmission of this disease through infected meat products and infected meat as well. Also to examine the food safety practices followed by meat handlers, vendors, and consumers to minimize the risk of transmission of tuberculosis. Also to analyze the knowledge, the differences in knowledge, attitude, and practice regarding tuberculosis and food safety among meat handlers, vendors, and consumers in Abeokuta. And finally, to identify the challenges and the barrier faced by meat handlers, vendors, and consumers in adopting safe food handling practice. You agree with me that our system today in Nigeria, particularly in the local area, the way meats are being processed at our abattoir are not wholesome enough. So some of these products are not safe for consumption. So why do we have this kind of product coming out from the abattoir, going into the community? Why we need to investigate why we have such occurrence in our community. So this research seems to address that, and Abeokuta serves as the location for the study. This study was carried out at First Slaughter Slab in Abeokuta, and it encompasses 3 categories of respondents: the meat handlers, the vendors, and as well as the consumers at the slaughter slab. So a multi-stage sampling technique was used to select participants from the 3 groups within each market. A systematic random sampling method was used to select meat vendors and handlers. While for the consumers, a stratified random sampling method was used to ensure representative sample across different socio-economic background, ages, and gender. And for this research, we have a total number of 196 respondents, which was divided into 49 respondents across the 4 locations within Abeokuta, Ogun State, Nigeria. And ethical approval was obtained for this research from the Veterinary Department, Ogun State Ministry of Agric and Food Security. For the data, primary data were obtained from the respondent. So the method we use for the data collection is an interviewer-administered guide questionnaire. So I was the one approaching the butchers because some of them are not educated. I interpreted my questions and I get their answers. For the analysis, for the questionnaire was designed and structured into a software called Kobo Toolbox application, and EpiInfo was used for the analysis of the questionnaire. Now to the results. For the results, this is the representative of the socio-demographic characteristics of the respondent. For the male, we have 142, while for the female, we have 54. And these are for married and single. I would like to rush through these because the number are quite much. So we group the respondent into those that have primary education and below. For those that have primary education and those that do not have any formal education are grouped in this category. Secondary education and above, for those that have secondary education and tertiary education are grouped into this category. Then we have the vendors, the handlers, and the consumers. So these are some of the questions that are asked. So do you know that zoonotic tuberculosis can be transmitted through consumption of infected meat? This is the result of those people that responded yes, those that responded no. Can you identify the lesion of tuberculosis? Some of them can identify, some could not identify. Tuberculosis is a risk for those working abattoir. Some of them agree to that, while some of them do not agree to that. Proper sanitation helps in preventing the spread of tuberculosis. Some of them agree to that, while some do not agree to that. How often? Some of the consumers often check, some do not even check, bother to check whether the product they are buying is contaminated or not. So for the risk perception aspect of the research, we have some questions, and it is graded based on high risk, low risk, and moderate risk. So transmission of tuberculosis through consumption of infected meat, is it a high risk, is it a low risk, is it a moderate risk? And the respondents are allowed to choose according to their knowledge and according to the risk perception of it. So we have other questions there as well that revolve around how they perceive the risk of zoonotic tuberculosis. We also have a question on hygiene practice and safety measures. So these revolve around how do they take care of themselves, how do they take care of their health. We have routine disinfection of hand and with sanitizer. Does that help us in preventing the spread of zoonotic tuberculosis? Some responded yes, some responded no. And also washing and disinfection of abattoir floors. Is that essential in preventing the spread of zoonotic tuberculosis? Also, routine sterilization and routine sterilization of equipment, of the tools that are being used in this abattoir. That particular practice, does it help us to prevent the spread of zoonotic tuberculosis? And finally, the use of personal protective equipment, does that also help us in preventing the spread of zoonotic tuberculosis? There are other questions that revolve around the challenges that are being faced and how the government could come how the government could intervene. Because from the research, we identified that some people have the knowledge, but they are not doing the right thing. So this is the multivariate analysis of the research generally. We did the grading of the response. And then some of the, these are some of the significant values we find: the odds ratio, the p-value, for the risk perception, for the food safety, and for the challenges as well. So, during the analysis, respondents were split into two categories based on their age. We have the 40 and 40, above 40 and 40 and below. This suggests a balance, input from both younger and adults. A predominance of male respondents, we have 72.5% of the respondents were male. And these findings is consistent with Adeshokon findings and Alabi in 2019. Every male participation, 72.5%, reflects the gender role in meat trading. And this same pattern was observed by Nawata et al. In 2019. So obviously at the abattoir, we have more male carrying out the working at the abattoir. So high percentage of respondents, 70.9%, were aware that zoonotic tuberculosis can be transmitted to humans, and 69.4% claim that they could recognize the visible lesions of tuberculosis in infected meat. These figures reflect improved public health knowledge compared to earlier study by Cadmus et al. In 2010. So the data on risk perception revealed that 60% of the respondents perceive that direct contact with infected formites these are high risk. We have 60% of the respondents identify that yes, direct contact is a risky activity when we talk about zoonotic tuberculosis. Hygiene practice show a positive trend, with most respondents 65.8% checking for spoilage. 66.3 reported that they wash their hands before and after handling meat. This practice also aligns, these findings also align with AZ et al. In 2020. Low adoption of cold chain. We have 14% identify that they use freezing, refrigeration, and...
Excuse me. Please, can we just be down a bit with the noise? Because I think the man is finding it a bit hard and speaking also louder. So let's be considerate of this fact. Please continue, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Low adoption of cold chain facility. We have 14% of the respondents make use of freezers, while 19% of the respondents make use of refrigeration. This reflects the limitation in terms of infrastructure. While a substantial portion of the respondents demonstrate basic knowledge of tuberculosis transmission, routes and prevention measures, significant inconsistency between the awareness and practical application were found out from this research. So these findings underscore the paradox often seen in public health intervention. Awareness does not automatically lead to behavioral change. The fact that people are aware that this thing is bad does not mean that they would do the right thing. Some of these butchers, some of these handlers, they manage to sell infected products. Considering the fact that it is a loss on their own, they claim that there is no compensation from the government, and they could not bear the cost alone. Some part of the animal that ought to be totally condemned, they will manage to scrape, they will manage to sell at a lesser price, and that poses risk on some set of people that do not know about this condition. So strong association between knowledge and the key outcome. Risk perception shows 64.7. Food safety practice, the odd ratio shows 68.18. Fewer challenge, the odd ratio is 11.19. And this finding aligns with Ibrahim et al. 2020. Meat handlers with adequate knowledge of zoonotic tuberculosis were more likely to use gloves and perform proper carcass inspection before sales of these products. So, awareness of zoonotic tuberculosis among workers increase willingness and avoid risky behavior, e.g. consumption of raw and undercooked meats. So for the recommendation, based on the above finding, future intervention should adopt an integrated approach to zoonotic prevention that is both context and specific and as well as inclusive. Routine field training developed through partnership with veterinary councils and agricultural extension service should be embedded within the market association to ensure sustained knowledge transfer. So in this regard, there should be a final recommendation: parallel investment in infrastructure such as cold chain facility, personal protective equipment, and water sanitation treatment are necessary to support hygiene practice. Here are my selected references. Thank you for listening.
So thank you so much, Doc. This is thank you so much, Doc. I mean, this is one of the things that I'm hoping we'll get a lot of questions, because if the vendors continue to sell this product to us, knowing what we know, I think a lot of questions are coming our way. So I've been instructed by also my guy here that we need to still stick to the time, since we have some presentations still coming. So Mr. or Mrs. or Dr. or Professor Albert is the next. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is antibiotic resistant pattern of the microbial community in ready-to-drink fruit juices sold in Abeokuta metropolis. Please. Okay. Okay. Fruit juices are widely consumed for their taste and nutrition. However, they are susceptible to microbial contamination due to their high sugar and water content and minimal processing. And contaminated juices are known cause of foodborne illnesses, especially in developing countries like Nigeria. That's according to WHO 2007. The emergence of antimicrobial resistance among foodborne pathogens has become a growing global concern due to the overuse and misuse of antibiotics in both clinical and agricultural settings. And this has contributed to development of resistant strains of microorganisms. The question now is, are these ready-to-drink fruit juices sold in and around us, are they actually safe for consumption? Because you and I, we both know that After buying this product, we just open and we drink. We don't actually carry out any microbial analysis on them before consuming them. We believe they are ready, they are safe to drink. The aim is to evaluate the microbial quality and antibiotic resistance. The profile of the isolates from these ready-to-drink fruit juices sold in Abeokuta Metropolis. I bought all my fruit juices from Abeokuta Metropolis from selected retail points. So the specific objectives: one, to determine the total microbial load, then to identify these microbial species that are present, then to assess the antibiotic resistance profile, then lastly to calculate the MAR, that's the multi-antibiotic resistance, the index of each of the microorganisms that are isolated. Sorry to display some of these fruit juices, so let me quickly move to my results. If you look at the total plate count, should the safety limit should be less than or equal to around 100 CFU per mil. But for all of my samples, they were actually over. That's for my total plate count. Then the microbial isolates, I have Escherichia coli, Lactobacillus species, Rhodotorula glutenis, Shigella species, then Salmonella enterica. Most of these are pathogenic, though some of them are actually opportunistic. If you look at this table is showing the resistant pattern of each of my isolates to 10 selected antibiotics. The number of antibiotics each of these microorganisms are resistant to. Some of them, I used 10 antibiotics in all, and at the end of the day, some of these microorganisms were actually resistant to all of the 10. The antibiotics included ciprofloxacin, pefloxacin, erythromycin, septrin, gosephin, ampicillin, and sinasef. So let me continue. I still have other tables showing the same pattern for all of my isolated microorganisms. Yes, thank you. And for the last one, okay, thank you. The acceptable limit for any microorganism for MAR index. How do we to calculate the MAR index? What we do is to find the relationship between the number of antibiotics your microorganism is resistant to over the total number of antibiotics used. That will give you your MAR index. For all of my isolates, for all of my microorganisms isolated from the fruit juices, so many of them showed resistant pattern over 0.3. That means the minimum was being resistant to 3 out of 10 antibiotics used. We have 10 over 10. That's MAR index of 1 for some of my microorganisms in ready-to-drink fruit juices. Even for yeast, I actually subjected my yeast to the same analysis, because at times when you have opportunistic organisms such as yeast like Candida albicans and Rhodotorula glutenis, even when you have infections or diseases caused by them, you will see that by the time you go to the hospital, they will still give you antibiotics such as ciprofloxacin or sinasef. the antibiotic resistant pattern from table 1, table 2, and it displayed ABR index of over 0.30. That's the minimum. Even lactobacillus isolated from these fruit juices were resistant to minimum of 6 to 10 of the antibiotics used. In conclusion, the findings from this study reveal a concerning level of microbial contamination and antibiotic resistance in commercially available fruit juices, from the total plate count gotten to the amount of antibiotics that these microorganisms were resistant to. These are my recommendations. Based on this finding, NAFDAC, SON, they should stand up to their to their duties. There should be stringent enforcement. Thank you.
So, in case most of us are not paying attention, I see Dr. Banwo already, and most of us, we already have our yogurt in our mouth. Are you looking at this? Because Dr. Banwo is one of our specialty, is one of our experts. So, one thing I want to just draw our attention to, this session has generated a lot of fear in me, starting with the man of the meat. Now, our fruit juice. So I hope the next presenter won't come with bad news again. Who is that one? Who is our next presenter, Doc? Okay, just the name, if you give me a name so we can. Okay, Dr. or Professor Makinde. Doc, I hope you are not coming with something bad for us. Doc, please go easy on us. So Doc, just bring us down gently.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's like the mood is already been it's been stirred up. It's been quietly stirred up, and I think I'll just come and add my little bit to it, and then we see where we can go from there. It's a privilege to be here. I'm Oluwadamilola Makinde. I'll be presenting a study that was carried out alongside my co-collaborators as co-authors rather, as displayed on the screen. I'll be presenting on antibiogram of isolated bacteria, an overview of rhizostome and virulome of multi-drug resistant E. coli from ready-to-eat food vended in Lagos, Nigeria. So we have always been talking about foodborne diseases and foodborne bacteria, and antibiotic resistance is a global challenge. We have about 420,000 deaths globally, as stipulated by the World Health Organization, and 40% of deaths occur in children under the age of 5. Ready-to-eat foods in this part of the world is commonplace with us. It's something we have all taken. I'm very sure most of us had some of these things as snacks when we were going to school. As children, you see kokoro by the side you want to buy. Am I right? You see them, and your parents even give you money and say that's what you should use to take care of hunger and snack away before you get home for your main meal. So it's with us. But then we've come to realize that there are major transmission vectors, and we need to look at antibiotic resistance with relation to foodborne bacteria as an additional threat to food safety. Some of the knowledge gaps we have in Nigeria are such that in these RTE foods, there are limited data on its widespread consumption. Comprehensive surveillance is lacking because we don't have data in the country, and that's what we are trying to see how we can fill the gap there. Then we also have unknown resistomes and virulum profiles that are not known, as well as limitation with technology as regards characterizing these organisms at the molecular level. We all know what we face when we do our normal cultural methods. We are limited, and so we need the help of molecular characterization to be able to do that. So hence the choice for the use of Lagos State. We know its population, and we know we consume that a lot. You hold up everywhere, you have ready-to-eat food staring at you, and they look so enticing, am I right? And we always want to get them and use them to while away the time before we get home to eat. Yeah, so we try to determine the antibiotic susceptibility pattern of bacteria from these foods, and then we looked at their genomic characteristics with specific emphasis on E. coli, because we eventually found some things that were interesting. So we tried to isolate and identify bacterial species. We determined the antibiotic susceptibility pattern. We calculated their MER index. Thank you to the last presenter. She did due justice to explain how to calculate the MER index, and then we tried to go ahead to perform whole genome sequencing for our multi-drug resistance E. coli, to identify antibiotic resistant genes, and to characterize the virulence and pathogenic potential of this organism. So, like I said earlier, we looked at Lagos State. It's a dense urban area with widespread food consumption, and we looked at 3 artisanal food samples that are common to us: adrum, eko, and kokoro. And then we looked at some industrially produced foods like biscuit bread and shawarma. So this is just a brief overview of what we tried to do. The food samples were homogenized, and then we tried to isolate using our normal culture-based methods, and then we ran our antibiotic susceptibility testing, and thereafter we went on to carry out 16S amplification of the 16S gene for identification of the bacterial species. And then for the multi-drug resistant E. coli we found, we confirmed that using McConkey and EMB Agar, and then we went on for whole genome sequencing. Okay, so these are the results we found. Like I said, I'm just going to come and add to some of the problems we've already seen with ready-to-eat foods. And then we have 8 species we identified. We had the Acinetobacter baumannii, Bacillus subtilis, Cosaconia cowani, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and we also had E. coli alongside other organisms that are really implicated in this antimicrobial resistance business. And we took those 2 E. coli samples because they were of interest to us to further. Sorry, I think the battery is low. The battery is low, right? Yeah, so we ran our antibiotic susceptibility testing as usual, and when we tested them, we saw ridiculously ciprofloxacin, azithromycin, gentamicin for high resistance, and then Kleb pneumonia showed this high resistance to all antibiotics that were tested. The E. coli species, like I said, they were interesting because they had 100% resistance to ampicillin, azithromycin, imipinem, I'm sorry. It's one that we shouldn't even have that much, but we had that, AMC, gentamicin, and ceftazidime. So we did calculate the MI index, and of course we got also an MI index of 1. So which shows that they were resistant organisms to all antibiotics tested, and we also looked at some co-resistance patterns as well. When we talk about co-resistance, we see that maybe there are organisms that are resistant to multiple groups of antibiotics, and that can also be an issue, because imagine an organism is resistant to like 6 different classes or 7 different classes. Can be a problem when it comes to treatment options. So we had some up to 91 isolates resistant to like 3 and above of the antibiotics. And specific highlights, we can see Kleb pneumonia 63%, Acinetobacter baumannii, and E. coli both strains. So we had to really look out within the best of our resources what we could do, and that's why we made progress with the whole genome sequence. So, unfortunately, this is looking blurred, but we ran the whole genome sequencing on the 2 E. coli isolates that we were of interest, and we found that they were very, very related, despite the fact that they were coming from different food samples, and that was a reason to look at it and see what really is about with regards to their virulome and ARG profiles. So we found out a lot of interesting results. They were from kokoro and shawarma samples, so they were widely distributed from 2 different extremes, from the artisanal and the industrial. They were very related, and we used the Illumina MySec platform to do that, and we queried them for antibiotic resistance genes using the CAD rice finder and the AR gene A0, as well as the MegaRes and the NCBI AMRF finder plus. We found about 47 genes for efflux, meaning, of course, we know when we talk about antimicrobial resistance genes, these are things they use, mechanisms they use to be able to fight antibiotics. So we found genes that can pump out antibiotics out of the organisms. We found genes that can inactivate antibiotics. We found genes that can mimic and change the alteration of their target sites. And we also found some prophage elements in these multi-drug resistant strains. So we went on to look at their virulence profile and pathogenic profile as well. And we found so many of them related to attachment adherence, acid resistance, biofilm formation, toxin production, and it shows that what we are consuming is actually high risk. So what were the key findings we found? We found this foodborne resistant E. coli at an all-time high of 63 ARGs identified, which is a record we should not speak about for our country. We found near identical strains. We found triple resistant mechanisms. We found profit-mediated ARG motility. And for critical public health findings, we had a high prevalence of MDR pathogens. Carbapenem's resistance was also detected, and their virulome is quite comprehensively a huge risk for us from ready-to-eat foods. In conclusion, I'd like to say that ready-to-eat foods vended in Lagos, Nigeria, are a significant reservoir. And just like we spoke yesterday, and we got to hear from the Ministry of Health and other, we really need the government to help us with regulating some of these locally produced, artisanally produced foods. And this will go a long way to help us. When we continue to do the surveillance we can do at the limited scale we can do, we should be able to gather enough data to be able to say, this is a problem, they need to regulate, and we should create awareness among consumers. I want to, these are my references. I would like to acknowledge these various institutions are partnered with my unit, my supervisors, and other colleagues that we've worked together and worked through this journey. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. I think from these presentations, do we take questions? One. Okay, we have the last presentation, and then we go with the 8 questions. Huh? We've done 3. Okay, so let's take 3. Okay, so we do. But one of the things that has been shown from this, and I think we shouldn't sit very comfortably. All the presenters have shown that we're in a dire situation, and I don't know in other countries. People will be running helter-skelter, knowing what we know now. Because this is one of the last line of defense in most of our hospitals. Right, Dr. Banwo? Or is there any other line of defense? No. So please, we should try and sing this out as much as possible, in as much as we are still here and we know it amongst us, but we will still go to the market, and we still have to satisfy our hunger, our thirst, right? Someone with, even with the fruit juice. That's so. Please, we still need to sing this on song more louder. The next person is Dr. Jiboku. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you. This work is on the assessment of microbial contaminants and their multi-drug resistant pattern in retail mayonnaise samples sold in Abeokuta metropolis. Mayonnaise is a semi-solid oil in water emulsion, as in commonly used as a condiment or dressing in household and fast food establishments worldwide. We are used to, is there any other name for this mayonnaise? Bama, yes. Those are brands, but the general name is mayonnaise. Yes, thank you. Generally, it comprises of vegetable oil, egg yolk, vinegar, lemon juice, and some flavoring and stabilizers. But due to its high fat and moisture content, coupled with a slightly acidic pH, mayonnaise provides an ideal environment for the growth and survival of spoilage organisms and foodborne pathogens, if not properly produced, stored, or handled. That's according to Mabe Koje et al. 2016 and Silva et al. 2018. This work generally deals with isolation, identification, and characterization of the microbial community, then the characterization of their microbial, their multi-antibiotic resistant profile. To what extent are these microorganisms resistant to different antibiotics? Then their MAR index. That's the same thing with my work. But one thing I want to reiterate here is that from the results, because I don't want to waste our time, from the results, the set of microorganisms that were, the set of microorganisms that were isolated from this mayonnaise sample, one particularly caught my attention, this Clostridium botulinum. This botulinum, we know Clostridium botulinum, that's the causative agent for botulism. Normally, this Clostridium should be a contaminant in egg from their feces, if at all we are to find it. That means these eggs used in the production of this mayonnaise, one, might not be properly washed, and if we are now to consume Clostridium botulinum that is resistant to different antibiotics, let's say Salmonella is there, Klebsiella is there, Shigella is there. That's the causative of shigellosis. That's food poisoning. The kidney is weak already. Yes. The distribution of the MAR index across different mayonnaise samples. There is one thing about this work. This mayonnaise sample sold in Abeokuta, because I use Abeokuta, my samples were all gotten from different retail outlets in Abeokuta. But after carrying out this work, I found out something. When you buy mayonnaise sample, when you are buying as you want to go for Bama, and you bought Bama from your retail outlet, by the time you get back home, take your time to check the packaging, the label, check that bottle. You will see that label, just remove the one you can see, you will see that there is another label under it. Yes. That is not Bama. So that means there is adulteration of this. Yes. Because many, I use over like 66 samples. Many of them actually add other labels. And this, I actually found out after the whole work, because I didn't throw away my containers. Let's just conclude. Most of them were actually above the safety limits. And recommendation, based on this the findings of this work, I'm still going to go back to the regulatory agencies like
sorry,
the
madam.
SON.
Please, let's just be quiet first before we riot. I know we will still riot, but let's just listen to her first so that we have an argument to riot. Thank you.
Regulatory agencies such as NAFDAC, SON, they should stand up to their duty. There should be strict enforcement of food hygiene practices, public health education. If you are well educated about the dangers of adulterating food, of you not preparing a particular product you are putting out very well, you know, when you have this perception, when you have this concept that if I'm going to endanger somebody, my son, my daughter, or my family member can actually buy one of these products, maybe our orientation will change about adulterating food products. Then routine microbiological survey by the actual companies producing these products. There should be routine microbiological survey, because when I'm telling you that I'm selling your product and I'm selling in a container, not the proper shop. You know, when you sell in a container, the containers are always hot in the afternoon, and we don't have enough money to get freezers that are connected to solar. We are always dependent on NEPA, and before you know it, irregular supply of electricity, you know, it will defrost, it will be frozen again. You know, they aid microorganisms to proliferate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, someone has given you an idea, and this is the clap you have. Please, let's clap like we want to riot. So, we'll take a couple of questions. And just before we take all these questions, I think it's very important that we reflect on this. The amount of sickness that is being recorded in Africa, it's terrifying. And knowing that this, with most of the, I mean, this is one of the worst sessions, apart from the one from yesterday. This is another worst one that I've been. After this, we all need therapy. And that therapy, this man, you heard what they said, you are still drinking that thing. Look at this civilian. So we'll take 8 questions. Please, who has questions so that we can? 4. Okay. So reduce it. So I see Madam 1, Dr. Banwo 2, 3, so 4. We'll keep it at this 4. So please, Madam.
Thank you. My question is about the mayonnaise, because I take mayonnaise like every day. So from what she just told us, I want to know the samples, apart all the 66 samples, which one did not have the wrong label? Is there a possibility that there is one that is actually safe? Is there? Can you give us an idea so that I know what to buy? Thank you.
Thank you for the presenters. My first, I think maybe a question and comment goes to Dr. Makinde. Concerning isolation of Escherichia coli from some of these food components, I think Escherichia coli is more of an organism that cannot survive in dry food samples or food samples that has a very low moisture content. So I'm a bit worried that you're able to get Escherichia coli because you didn't really tell us. You mentioned that you got Escherichia coli from kokoro, and kokoro has a very low moisture content. So intrinsically, I don't think Escherichia coli can survive in kokoro, except kokoro is stored in a condition that will attract moisture and probably, yes, increase the moisture content for Escherichia coli to thrive. So I'm a bit worried about the composition of the community of microorganisms as well that were got from the different food components. From shawarma, yes, I agree. It can be in shawarma because shawarma has a very high moisture content. So that's one of my questions or observations. Then concerning the mayonnaise and different fruit juice products and all that. According to HACCP actually, the guidelines do not end at the manufacturers. It continues with the consumers. And that's the reason why in most of food labels, we have conditions that are made to, keep those food until expiration or until their shelf life. So I think for some of the people that sell some of these products in containers and under the sun and all that, they are not keeping to the rules of the HACCP concerning such products. Because if it is stated, store in cool, dry place, then you are meant to store it in cool, dry place. You are not meant to store in places where there's fluctuation of temperature, which can inadvertently affect the product. So concerning the fruit juices and all that, and again, I would like to ask some questions concerning the mayonnaise, just like she had asked as well. Which type of markets or supermarkets did you buy them from? Because that will inform us about we buying our products from shops or under the containers or things like that. So we should go to proper shops to buy our product. Or maybe when we buy our product from proper shops, we should check as well to be sure that they are selling authentic products. Thank you very much for your presentation again.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. Yes, my question goes to the woman, the lady, about fruit juice. Your antibiotics that you used, your choice of antibiotics for the AST, I wanted to ask, what informed the choice of the antibiotics? WHO classified antibiotics as, the aware groups, access, watch, and reserve. So I wanted to know, did you, put this into consideration when you were selecting those antibiotics for the AST? Thank you.
Before we go on to the next question, I would also like to get the questions involved with the meat vendor. So there was a meat vendor paper. Please, we would need some questions directed at him too. For those who were here, we have the same problem in the meat sector. Who was number? Okay, and then you.
Thank you so much. I'm particularly interested in the work of the one who did ready to drink fruit juice. Almost all represented actually touch on what I am also doing, and I will be ready to collaborate with you after this. You mentioned that you got some of the isolates resistant to as high as all the 10 antibiotics. That's quite scary. Do you intend to do any genomic analysis to probably identify any possible genomic elements that are responsible for this? That's to the one with the fruit juice. And to you, sir, you mentioned that, I don't know whether I didn't hear it well, but you mentioned that the of some of the was that you mentioned that as the AMR of some of the isolates was even negative or something like that. I don't know whether I didn't get it right. Yes, that's all. That's all. You are the next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we safe? Okay. So my question goes to Dr. Makinde as well. So I think some of it has been addressed by the other speaker. So the juice, you are saying, is it safe for us to consume after all your research? Then secondly is, after the conclusion of the research, what you discovered, do you like meet with the companies producing that? Say if are they aware, so they know if they can, there is something they can do, because most of those companies too, they have this HACCP was mentioned, ISO standard. Because I happen to work with one of them, particularly the brand you mentioned the most. That's where I'm coming from. So you bringing the brand saying this thing is this thing is this, is it really acceptable? If I won't mention the brand, don't worry. You mentioned Chivita, you mentioned Capriso, we are producing it. And I work in the, I think I work in the quality assurance department. We have microbiology department, we have, so before it can be certified, the product is going outside the country. You can see Chivita in UK, you will see it in US, and the same one we are producing here in Lagos that is going there. So are you saying all these measures have not been put in before it goes outside the country, before ISO certified, before, and that is why I said, in particularly, the way I'm seeing the branding, painting it, right, it's a research, understand, but to me, I'm not satisfied. And thank God that my prof has mentioned a few things. There are measures, there are waste products are being treated outside. Last week, we celebrated World Quality Week. I was at the market. I was part of the team that represented the brand. So we went to market, we saw the way products. So I was part of the people that represent the brand at the market. We saw the way the product, even we are nearly crying, the way it was treated. Some jumping from truck on the product, and it will still be sold to the customer. So is this coming from the company? So there are a lot of handlings that the next thing is that when we back, we have to start looking for what can we do to make sure that as the product left the warehouse, left the companies, many poor handling process are being taking place, which can cause this thing. So we need to balance. Yes, I love academics too. I'm also a master's student, so I belong to industry. I also belong to academics. So we have to balance it up. That is my whole reaction. Thank you.
Please let us not forget about ethical considerations when it comes to research. It's very important. Confidentiality is important. When he of this product was shocked. We can't try this abroad. We can only try this in Nigeria. Please, it's very essential in any research we are doing. It is very important, please.
I cannot agree less with the last speaker. Please, and that's one of the things, before I hand it over to the presenters, there's one of the things that I think it's important for us to add. Ethics is something important that we adhere and we also stick to. Please, henceforth, when you go to a conference, let's try to always block out the names of this, because like the man from the industry said, if I was a lawyer, this is my best pay home. I'm happy to sue anyone if I was a lawyer, and I'll be happy to do it, take you to court over years. So just for us as researchers to protect our integrity as well as follow the GDPR of Nigeria, we should not expose certain products, or all products actually. Put a sidomization on that. So now I would let the presenters, because we are short on time, by 2 we should be done. So the presenters should answer. I will start with Yuma. Please, this is becoming loud. I can barely hear myself. Thank you. So I'll let you start, Ma. Then I would also pose the same. Most of the questions would also go to the young doc there, and then the other presenters. So let's be short and precise as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. When I was presenting, you saw me that I didn't immediately. I posted it. Yes, it was deliberate. Yes, but next time I will block it out. But the aim, hello. When you are researching, what you intend to gain from it is to enlighten the public, the populace, so that we know where the problem is, then we know how to tackle it. If I didn't tell you, you won't know. That is why you are researching, so that you are from the industry. You said it yourself. You said last week was your quality assurance. I don't know, but by the time you got to the market, you saw what happened. You saw the way your products are being handled. So what should be the next line of action? Should be, okay, what can we do to curtail this? Okay, you can
hello, please, hello. Please, let's keep our voices down. I know we are passionate about this subject, and for good reason. But please, let's enjoy the conference. Right now, I'm having a headache. No, I'm actually being serious. And I may not be the only one. So let's keep our voices down. When it's time for interaction, let's have it in a controlled manner. If we were rowdy like this, well, why are we complaining? Nigeria should be jaga jaga. So let's please, we are trying to solve a problem. We are gaining an awareness. We are getting feedback. So please, I am imploring you, please, for the sake of my health, if not, please. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. So our take home should be, how do we solve this? How do we go about it? You can now go back to your company or your feedback system. You can now suggest to them, okay, instead of just selling these our products to market women, and you just leave them like that, you can provide them with solar powered refrigerator or freezer where they can keep your product, and they will be mandated to keep that product in the freezer. That will provide that needed temperature that will not support the growth of this microorganism. There should always be a take home from whatever problem or whatever challenges we are facing. It is not about you getting something. It is not about, if somebody is here now telling us that these are our problems, what do we do about it? That should be it. It's not about labeling anybody. I said it when I was about rounding up. I said most of these products are adulterated. I didn't throw away the containers. It was just a day like that. I now saw that most of these products are actually adulterated. They are not the usual. Yes, Fanta. They show us on television. NAFDAC will go to a particular warehouse. They will destroy Martina. That is normal. We see it on television. Even bottled water. Most of these products are adulterated, but because you have a name already, they will sell using your name. So we should find solutions, not pointing fingers.
Thank you so much. So, I think we should try to move on. I think we've covered most of the questions, right? So we should try to move on to the E. coli. Oh, Dr. Makinde, I think they still need to answer to the, I think there was a question from, you didn't write it down? Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Dr. Banwo. You are very correct. In terms of moisture, dry foods, some organisms do not thrive in them. But we've come to realize that because most of these foods are artisanally produced, they can be linked to the food handlers. And because it's an informal sector, this can be responsible for high contamination. And because these organisms are consumed on the go, this can also make them proliferate to some extent. So not ruling out completely the fact that they are not inherent with the food, they could get on the food via contamination by the food handlers. Thank you. Then the second person said I mentioned something about AMR negative, but I did not mention anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The aspect I would like to speak to is the aspect of preservation of our food products. My research also featured whether people make use of refrigeration. In an ideal abattoir, there's supposed to be a cold room for storage. So with that, we know that microorganisms will not be able to grow on these. Meats are suitable medium for microorganisms. So if we invest or if we focus on better ways of preserving our meat from getting contaminated, then we'll be able to boycott some contamination. So that's just my submission. Thank you very much.
So we'll go on to the next round of presentation, and after this, because then we just have three more presentations and we're done. And there we'll just take 3 questions. So 1 per presentation. I hope it's not going to be as bad news as the previous ones. So, Doc, so we have to, I think you are from the FAO, right? Okay, these are some of the people we should hold accountable. So probably they can give us some clarifications.
Sorry, I would like to ask him a question. My name is Cecilia. When he was presenting, I overheard him talking about abattoir and slaughter slab. And then he has 3 actors, namely meat handlers, meat vendors, and consumers. I was expecting him to kind of explain the difference between those 3 actors. Of course, consumers will be you and I, but then meat handlers and then the meat vendors. And then his reference was constantly on abattoir, but then somewhere along the line he mentioned slaughter slab. Okay, in Ghana we have slaughter facilities, and abattoir is one of them. We have slaughterhouse, we have slaughter point, and slaughter slab. They all perform different functions. With abattoir, you and I know that it's more or less mechanization. We have all the equipment one could think of. But with the slaughter slab, it's just a slab on the roadside where animals are slaughtered. Okay, so my question to him regarding the vendors as well as the handlers and then consumer, how would they identify the tuberculosis disease on the meat? Because at the sale point, we don't have those equipment to really go into it and see whether we are really consuming safe and quality meat. So he needs to kind of explain the differences. Which one is he working on slaughter slab or abattoir? Thank you.
So, Doc, in a very, very, very as much as very short that you can make it.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the abattoir and slaughter slab first. An abattoir is a facility that has sophisticated facilities for meat processing, starting from the lairage. Lairage is a specialized area where animals are kept for minimum of 24 hours before being slaughtered. So you look them, you watch over them. There's something we call antemortem inspection before animals are slaughtered. So you have to rest them, you feed them, you give them water, and you ensure that these animals are in good condition before they are taken from the lairage to the slab where they are being slaughtered. In an abattoir, after being slaughtered, there is facility for processing and there is facility for storage. So all of these sophisticated facilities what makes an abattoir. But for the slaughter slab is what we have commonly in our area. That was why I was making references to slaughter slab. So the slaughter slab has less sophisticated facility for storage, resting, and processing. They just make use of manual processing. They process and they sell at the market. For vendors and handlers, vendors are people at the slaughter slab we have in our community. There is always a market close to the slaughter slab. The ideal word we use for that is odoeron, in Yoruba language, odoeron. So we don't just slaughter here, and probably in an ideal situation, probably there is enough facility for processing and storage. It can be marketed at another location. So people that work on the slab, people that slaughter, people that carry out the processing are the handlers. While people that stays at the market, at the stores, that sells meat are the vendors. And for the last question, identification of lesions. Part of the question we asked is that can you identify lesion of tuberculosis? Because tuberculosis comes with a nodular lesion on the lungs, primarily the lungs on the infected animals. And this nodular lesion can also spread to other part of the animal, to other organs in the animals. So if you are looking at it, you will see, you should be able to identify that this thing is infected. You are going to see the nodular lesion clearly from it appears whitish, and once you incise or once you open up, you see it's like cheese-like material within the lungs of the animal. Upon touch, you might feel it gritty or hard. If you take knife, if you incise it, you might feel some little grit along the course of the knife. So these are things we can use to identify infected lungs or any other part of the animals. Primarily, tuberculosis attacks the lung, but it can spread, it can metastasize to other parts of the animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. So without further ado, we'll go on to the next presentation. Dr. Adegoke. So I think she's addressing one thing that we all like to eat. Please don't scare us with this one too.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okochi Deborah Nwanika from FUNAP, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the topic of discussion is comparative assessment of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon contamination in beef suya, implications for sustainable processing and environmental health. Okay, sorry, yeah, introduction. So, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are toxic, mutagenic, and carcinogenic compounds that form during the incomplete combustion of organic matter, commonly during high temperature roasting, grilling, and smoking of meat. Studies have shown that processing method impacts the retention of bioactive compounds and the formation of potentially harmful compounds such as PAHs in grilled meats, suya. So the finding calls for policy driving interventions, including training for local vendors, public education on safe suya processing, and promotion of eco-friendly practices. So for our brothers and sisters that are not Nigerian here, suya, the English word for suya is kebab. That's a grilled meat. Beef, yes. So the objective of this study, the main objective is to compare the effects of grilling, charcoal roasting, effects of gas grilling, charcoal roasting, firewood roasting on the assessment of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon contamination in beef suya. The fresh beef was sourced from Odoero market, and the peanuts, pepper, ginger, garlic, salt, vegetable oil, and cloves are also sourced from a reputable vendor also in Odoero market. Then the method that is used is the design is simple factorial design of 2x3 and 1. That's 2 treatments is employed, 3 different processing methods, and a reference sample was bought from outside, from suya vendors. And the traditional charcoal grill, the firewood drum, and a gas grill oven was also used. So following the analysis of, the guideline of AOAC 2019, GCMS was used to carry out analysis on PAHs of the beef suya. So results. The lines here, this is the result for the different suya samples, and I said 2 different methods, 2 different treatments was employed, marinated and unmarinated, unmarinated suya. So for the marinated suya, the variants, we have marinated charcoal roasted suya, then marinated firewood roasted suya, and marinated gas grilled suya, all having 0.02 to 0.06. And this is because marination serves as a medium or a trap for not allowing the oil to drop directly on the fire. So it serves as a medium between the meat and the fire. So it helps in controlling the level of the oil that is being dropped into the fire. And we know that the reason for smoke in meats or grilling meats or products is due to incomplete combustion. So when this oil are being dropped frequently on the fire, you see the smoke coming out. It could either be charcoal roasting or firewood roasting. But the marination here assists, it helps in trapping this oil, thereby reducing the level or the amount of the oil that is dropped into the fire. And from the result too of the marinated gas grill, the gas grill has a blue flame that shows it's a complete combustion. So it's very safe, and the smoke level that is being generated from this gas grill is very, very low at 0.02. Then we have the unmarinated variants. We have the unmarinated firewood roasted suya, the unmarinated charcoal grill suya, and the unmarinated gas grill suya, and the one that is bought from outside, which is the reference suya, the one that is being sold outside. And looking at the results from the line, the dots there, the survey suya shows 0.16 from 0.02 to 0.16, having a very high level of this polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon that's deposited on the meat. Though the European Union of 2011 said the index, which is pyrene, benzo-A-pyrene, is the index for polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. Total polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon should not be more than 2 milligrams per kilogram. And from the results gotten, none of the suya is having up to that amount. And I also want to bring to our notice that Obadino et al. 2019 also advice on the risk of digesting foods that have low dose of PAHs. So in as much as that the suya is safe for us to consume, we should also have it at the back of our mind that when you continue to consume this low dose of these products, it can result to carcinogenic problems in the future. So the conclusion is that traditional roasting method, which use open charcoal and firewood fires, not only increase dietary carcinogenic exposure, but also contribute to environmental degradation, including deforestation, black carbon emission, and indoor-outdoor air pollution. Moreover, inefficient combustion increases fuel consumption and the household energy burden. So by contrast, the marination method, which is safe and is closed grill and potentially adoption of low emission or alternative energy source, offer a pathway to safer, cleaner, and more sustainable suya production. So it is recommended that marinated plus gas grill oven is advised. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. This is some good news, not all bad. Please, the next. So, Madam, based on your recommendation, we can continue to eat suya. Thank you. Please, the next slide. But marinated one, please. Not always too. Dr. Banwu has corrected me. Not that we say here tomorrow you see us all at suya spot from morning till night. That's not what is meant to. So we will call on Dr. Abodunrin. Or not doctor yet. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So you would introduce yourself. So please, you should, if you can do this under less than 10 minutes, will be great.
Good day, everyone. My name is Akikume Phoebe Grace. I'm a corresponding author, and the title of my presentation is Food Safety Concern in Naturally Occurring Radioactive Materials in Tiger Nuts, Date Palm, and Coconut. And so, there's a lot of benefits in tiger nuts, in date palm, and also in coconut. We have the nutritional benefits, and we also have the health benefits. For tiger nuts, I believe we can see that there is high fiber, there is protein, vitamins, and the likes. Health benefits, properties, protection, digestive health, and the likes. Moving down to date palm, we have high carbohydrates. We have also vitamin A and complex. We have minerals and some other things. And also the health benefits that we have anti-inflammatory, antibacterial activity. And also, moving down to coconut, we have medium chain fatty acids. Thank you, sir. Vitamin E, K, and B complex. And health benefits, we also have wound healing, antimicrobial activities, and anti-diabetic. Okay. For why we study radioactivity in foods? Now, in most of all of the foods that we have, that we eat, there's a lot of radioactive materials in it that we don't even know. In soil, in water, anywhere the food is generated from, there are like likely and unlikely radioactive materials in it, and we can see it in our environment, like I said earlier, including soil, water, air, and consequently in food products. And long-term consumption of contaminated food might pose chronic health risks to populations worldwide. Now, for this topic, we are looking at potassium, we are looking at radium, and we are looking at thorium. Those are the, okay, oh, thank you. The global health implications, we have internal radiation exposure via injection. Like when we take all these things, these are the things that it implicates in our body system. There's bioaccumulation in food chain, there's chronic exposure effect, there's cancer risk increase, and also genetic mutation potential. Now the critical research gap, we have, despite high global consumption rates, near zero work has been done to determine radioactivity content in tiger nuts, date palm, and coconut. These three foods extensively are used in baby foods formulation and dietary supplements worldwide. Now, the objectives are to determine the activity of concentration of potassium, uranium, and thorium, to calculate the annual effective dose and the excess lifetime cancer risk, the benchmark against the WHO and other safety guidelines, to evaluate and assess potential health risks from injection. Now, the study location and sampling. The location is from a market in Lagos, like 2 different markets in Lagos, Nigeria. I'll mention that later on. And then the sampling strategy. They are collected, like I said, from 2 major markets to ensure representativeness and account for variation in soil and environmental conditions. Next, please. Okay, also the size that we made use of for this research, we used like 500 gram per sample type. And the expected impacts are to establish first-ever baseline radioactivity data for this commonly consumed food, to provide critical information for food quality and regulatory frameworks, to support evidence-based public health protection policies, and also create benchmark data for international regulatory bodies. And yeah, the materials and method. Now, like I said earlier, we collected the samples from 2 major markets, Oyingbo market and Mile 2 market, and Mile 12, which are majorly the food distribution centers. So we collected tiger nuts, both the wet and dry forms, date palm, coconut, and the quantity, like I mentioned earlier, was 500 grams. Now, the details, the equipment that we used to analyze this is the gamma spectrometer was used to analyze the naturally occurring radioactive elements in the samples, consisting of 3x3 crystal-based Canberra, France detector. The detector utilized a computer-based multi-channel analyzer card system for data acquisition and spectral analysis. The system was calibrated for energy and efficiency using the IAEA standard source before measurements. Now, the standard laboratory preparation protocol that we went through. So when we got the nuts and the fruits, there's a process of shell removal, which was a manual one, and then there is a thorough washing with the ionized water. Then there is a drying. We oven dried it at 100 degrees Celsius for 40 minutes, and then we blended into fine homogeneous powder. And after blending, it was sieved to all get like a uniformity in the particle, and it was packed properly into a cylindrical plastic beaker, and then it was sealed to prevent radon escape, and it was stored for 28 days to achieve circular equilibrium between radium and RN progeny. And the reason why it was stored was because the radon, they have daughters which are short-lived. The radon daughters are short-lived, and they cannot reach equilibrium unless they cohabitate with the parents. So that is the only way we can get accurate this thing, by keeping it for 28 days. Now, the activity concentration of the potassium were determined by 1460 kiloelectrovolts, and also for the radon and also for the thorium. The samples were measured for 10,800 seconds, and the activity concentration again was determined based on the respective gamma ray energy peaks. Now, the energy range of interest was between 352 to 2614 kilovolts, and also the likes. Moving on, the results, and this is a table of the activity concentration and annual effective dose and excessive lifetime cancer risks from date palm, coconut, wet and dry tiger nut samples. We can see that for dry tiger nut samples, for the activity, we have 2 to 1.8 for the potassium, which is like the highest among everything. So for the rest, for date palm, for coconut, they are like lower than this. So let's look at the other slide. This is also activity concentration from date palm, coconut, and dry nut tiger samples. This is for the dry tiger nuts and also for the wet, which is also the highest here. And then we have for the date palm, the coconuts, which are lower. It goes rich for each radionuclide, the thorium, the radium, and then the potassium. Next slide, please. This is a grouped bar chart showing the activity contribution in different substances. We have date palm, coconut. It's a bit tiny, so you really cannot see. But like these are different substances, and we have the cocoa powder, which is like the highest here, and then we have so many other substances here. Next slide, please. Now, in conclusion, assessment to natural occurring radioactive materials in tiger nuts, date palm, and coconut, which form an integral part of human nutrition. The activity concentrations of potassium, radium, and thorium in the investigated samples were within the recommended safe limits set by the international regulatory board organizations. The estimated AED and ALCR suggests that the consumption of this foodstuff do not pose significant radiological health risk. However, given the global reliance on this food, continuous monitoring and further studies in different geographical locations are recommended to ensure food safety. This outcome provides valuable insights for regulatory agency, policymakers, and researchers in environmental radioactivity and public health. And then the acknowledgement. So we're thanking Professor Mustafa, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, for the assistance rendered during the sample analysis. There was no funds granted for this research, and then some selected references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. At least something safe. One out of 10. I think we passed small. So before we go on, the next presenter and the final one, right? I think the last presenter, I saw maybe just one observation. There was something on tiger nut that it had 214. Was that, does not pose a risk? Or was it just, so it's fine, it's still within range, right? Okay, so that is fine, just to be sure. Okay, so the last presenter would be Professor Dr. Olaoye. Oh, not yet. And it's not you. Okay, so at least you can introduce yourself then. So please, you have, keep it on that end.
Good day, everyone. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bikaset Oluwatoyin, and my topic for today is a realistic consumption scenario for nuts in Lagos, Nigeria, which is the radionuclide content and health risk implications. Okay, so the presence of natural occurring radioactive materials, which normally called norms in foodstuffs, have been like a subject of increasing scientific interest due to like the potential health risk that they have or the health implications that they usually have. So nuts have been widely consumed in Nigeria, not like cola nuts, bitter cola, and African walnuts. Thank you very much. So these nuts are, can we go back? Please come in. Yes, just a bit. Just back. Okay, so these nuts, they are widely consumed in Nigeria, mostly in rural areas, but not mostly rural areas. So this study focuses on the measurements of the radioactivity concentration in these three commonly consumed nuts in West Africa. Okay, now we come back. So they have, as much as wonderful as they are to consume, they also have their benefits and their health risks. So for kola nut is a caffeine-contained seed primary food in tropical Africa. It's mostly chewed. Everybody chews kola nut for reasons best known to them. It's widespread consumption and is used in various medicinal and commercial applications. For bitter kola, it's a highly valued nut. It's renowned for its medicinal purposes and multi-purpose capacity. So for African walnuts, this has a lot more benefits than many realize. It helps with anti-malaria, anti-cancer, insomnia, marriage, and toxicology toxicological activities, and so many others. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this research is that there are little to no amounts of data on the NOM, that is the natural occurring radioactive materials, which are very much present in the nuts that we consume in Nigeria. So this research was to investigate their radionuclide concentration and the health risk associated with them, which is essential for ensuring consumer safety. Next slide, please. So the objective of this study was basically to ensure radiation levels remain within acceptable safety limits and to evaluate the associated radiological health risk. It's also to quantify the activity concentration of uranium, thorium, and potassium in kola nuts, bitter kola, and African walnuts. So the methodology, this research was carried out, the samples were gotten mostly from Iyanoba markets, because these were from the research we made, was most people go there for most of the nuts that they get. So it had like a large agricultural consumer rate. So we got 100 grams of all 3 samples, and then we took it to the laboratory. On getting to the laboratory, we washed it with distilled water and then air dried them to provide any microbial growth on it if they are not properly dried. And then, the dried samples were blended by an electric blender into like a powdered form. And then the samples were kept in an airtight Martinelli beaker for 28 days to perform circular equilibrium, which was to balance the parent and the daughter radionuclide. So after proper circular equilibrium, we employed a gamma spectrometer, which was then analyzed. We performed the gamma spectrometry method using a GA Canberra, France gamma ray spectrometer. Then the detector was collected by an MCA, Gini 2000 MCA, which made it easier for the system to collect and analyze radiation data while still allowing a clear and interpreted gamma ray spectrum. So the activity concentration, the activity concentration, the samples were first measured for 10,800 seconds, and then the activity concentration of each of the samples were taken. So the activity concentration was basically just taking the amount of radioactivity present per unit mass. That is radioactivity present per unit mass of each of these radionuclide agents. So this was the formula that was used. Next slide, please. Oh. Sorry. Okay, so then there was a radiological risk assessment. So doing this, one of the main benefits, one of the main purposes of this study was to get the risk assessment of nuts in Lagos. So the radiological risk assessment was, we used the AED, which is the annual effective dose, and the excess lifetime cancer risk, which my fellow presenter has already spoken about. So these were also some other analysis that were taken, the energy calibration, the efficiency calibration, the minimum. Next slide, please. So basically, these results. Okay. So the results we were able to get 3 tables. The results for the first table showed that the potassium was present in all the samples except the bitter kola, which was below the detection level, which was by a few points. Then the radium was below the detection level in 2 samples, and the bitter kola residue and cooked walnut shell with the highest concentration was found in raw nut shell residue, which was detected only in walnut shell residue. Then for the then the mean value was taken for each of the tables. Then the table 2 was basically, it gave us the mean of the AED value and the range of which the LED value was. Then the third table was mostly on the ELCR. Next slide, please. So these are each of the ranges of each steps that were taken. So we used the kola nut residue. We didn't just use the nuts itself. We used some we cooked them, some we cooked with the shell, some we cooked without the shell, some we used with the residue, and then we had the mean and the range. Next slide, please. So this is table 2, explaining each and every one of the steps. Next slide. This is the last table. Next slide. So the analysis for we're able to get a graph, which we'll see in the next slide, for each of the samples that we're taking and the analysis that were conducted on each and every one of them. So the activity concentration was edible in most parts of the north. That's for the pie charts, which we'll see in the next slide, this pie chart shows that, sorry, can I mark? The pie chart shows that the percentage contribution of each radionuclide to the total AED, and then the AED and the ELCR by knot type, the stacked bars represent the contribution of 40 of each of the radionuclide that was used. So next slide. So this is the graph that explains each and every one of the positions. So next slide, please. So in conclusion, the results basically aligns that the growing body of research on the nutritional and medicinal benefits of kola nuts, bitter kola, and African walnuts, and by addressing these knowledges, the study contributes broader efforts in radiation protection, food safety, and environmental health, ensuring that the benefits of this is culturally significant and can be enjoyed by the public or the consumers. And a recommendation, this study just basically showed us that there was no risk, but later on in life we might need to take more steps. We just need to keep on checking just to be sure, because of the amount of radiation that is within this particular nut, and being that we consume them daily or consume them on a daily basis, we have to just be careful of what we did. Thank you. My references.
Okay, so like we said, Aaron, thank you for that presentation. We would then, please don't, thank you. We'll just take one or two questions, and then I would hand over to the organizers.
Thank you very much. Nice presentations. I think I have a question for the two presenters that have related topics. So for the first person that talked about the meats, what do you call it now? The topic on marination and marinating meat and all that. So it's kind of, I relate to it because I'm a fish processor, and she used different parameters, used charcoal, gas, and all that. And so the scenario we have and the challenge is that consumers basically tell us that smoke, they prefer their fish being processed, with the smoke coming. Yes, smoke has its own good effect in terms of the preservative potencies and of course the flavor it imparts, but the other side consumers do not want to hear. So I see from her table that the gas gave the best results. So we have dual processing technology, both charcoal and gas. So what I'm trying to say now, relating it to fish, how can we help the consumer with the continued resistance to the use of gas? Are we not indirectly being, me as a processor, am I not indirectly being implicated or indicting myself by using the charcoal, and then again upon the environment? So it's a dicey situation for me. Then the other one, I want to ask, where is the source of these radioactive materials in these nuts? Because I'm wondering, except for tiger nuts that is sourced from the soil, the other ones are aerial, so please let me be educated on that. Thank you.
So I think if that is the last question, then we're done. So, do you guys want to take that?
No, she already has contact number. I thought. Oh, from the soil? from water. There are some radioactive materials in the ground that we don't even know, and then from the food itself we have to like thoroughly wash it very well before we actually even munch it. Yes. Oh, okay. They're still all from the soil because everything still comes up from Abi.
Okay, so I would like to really hand over to the organizers, but we'll just take that one last one, then I would hand over to the organizers so that they can take over from from me.
Thank you very much. The ladies that talked about radioactivity. Hello. Probably you should have made inquiries concerning the source of those nuts, because somebody talked about nuts. I don't remember what the other person talked about, but that you found some level of radioactivity, and it's just 3 of those materials you talked about. You probably should have made inquiries where they were grown, because there are some farms that are close to mining sites, and some mining sites can explain the reason for such tendencies. You have cobalt, you have a couple of other radioactive. There are many more than this. When you look at the table, you understand that we have more than these 3 that you mentioned. So the incidence of radioactivity, and you looked at, you didn't talk about the inquiries from those places may be able to give you an explanation. Maybe they got them from sites that are close to mining areas and all that, so it can help that, but not the water. Water cannot wash off radioactivity, because we are talking about something that grew with the plant, and it will affect the nuclear life and all those things of those foods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start off, and this is where I know who was here this very morning. So when I say good afternoon, what did I teach you guys this morning? Very good. So good afternoon. Only very few people were here this morning. This is very sure. So that's how you know how many troops were reported for duty. So when I say good afternoon, what I expect you guys to say is ahoo. Not who, or you have to put the ahoo. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Normally, if you were in my platoon, you would have to joke. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well done. So over to the organizers, but first we would take some pictures with the presenters, and then I would hand over to the organizers for the closing. Thank you so much. It's been fun and it's been scary, but a lot has been learned. Thank you so much. So let's take, please, the presenters, let's have you take some photos, those that presented, and then I would hand over to the organizers, and I think we can call it a day.
Okay, they're already coming out.
Okay. You can use here, Prof. You can use here.
How many minutes do I have?
You have no, very fast.
I need to advise too.
You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I'm disappointed with this.
2 minutes.
No, I'm disappointed with it. Can you give me 5 minutes?
I think it's too much.
say-
We want to finish. People are going to eat and they are trouble.
All right.
30 minutes. Hello. Good afternoon. Are we not happy? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are rounding up. I'm sure we are happy. This is a full safety conference. We've all eaten well, and we are also going home with food. So I think we should be happy. But more than that, I've learned a lot. Please, at the point that we are now, I want to call on someone, even though many of us, we do not expect this. If you observe very well, you will see that we have many of our early career scientists in our midst. The majority of the people in this conference are early career scientists. Many of them have tried to put the output of their research together in the form of posters. So they've tried, they've shown us what they have been doing over the years. And I even add that some are even saying that it's only the oral presenters that have been recognized. They call them out, they snap picture with them without doing that for them. Okay, so now we want to appreciate some of the posters that have been rated to be the best out of all the posters. When many of us are sleeping, some people are moving around, trying to assess and evaluate all these posters. So it has not been easy. In fact, let me tell you, this result of the evaluation just is fresh. The person just finished some few minutes ago. For the person has not been here since morning working on this because we want to have fair judgment. So I'm going to call on Professor Patrick Njobe from University of Johannesburg, South Africa, to come and tell us how he did it, and also try to call, there is no grade, but at least the best 4 presenters, we will try to appreciate them with a token. Thank you.
Okay. Where did you go? Thank you. Hello? Where are the students? I pay so much attention to the students. Sometimes I say they are our future professors, right? I'm going on retirement next minute. But I will just say something. Our chief Oga, I will say Chief Oga, local organizing chairman, he bestowed me with a huge responsibility that I said, please, why can't you allow me enjoy Nigeria? He said, please just evaluate. That was the day before yesterday. He said, please just evaluate our. But I will say, I've been with what I see, but not with the posters. And I will say this because I don't see there was no poster that is above 75% of my assessment. I will say why. As if everyone. It's as if many just woke up and they say, no, they are coming here, they have to put. But I would say this is criteria. Oh, thank you. See, this is my scorecard. When I was told that, or instructed, Mr. Oga instructed me, said, you have to do this, you can't come here for nothing. I said, okay, this is my personal scorecard. I say, I will look at the title, I score 5 mark. I look at the abstract, I score 5 mark. I look at the introduction, I score 5 mark. I look at the aims and objectives, I score, introduction 10 marks. The aims and objectives, 5 marks. Literature review, 15 marks. Methodology, or materials and method, how you call it, 15 marks. Results and discussion, 15 marks. Level of scientific writing, 10 marks. And references, above all, 5 marks. Many proposers, in fact, 95% of the proposal didn't even reach to address all this. Nonetheless, I've been told that I have 2 minutes, but I want to just say I am impressed with 4 of the posters. And I will say congratulations. There are some that I could see results, very impressive work that has been done, even though they didn't even make up to 40%, but I say they have potential. I think everyone that submitted this, as I say, please, next time when you are submitting your proposal anyway, now is Android era. How do you call it? I'm an AI era. See, 50 years to come, if you are still alive, you will be ashamed if you didn't submit something nice. You will wonder why. Please, these are the comments that I have made. Please take note of them, so that next time when you are presenting, you are preparing a proposal for another conference, take note of this. If you want, I have been giving lectures. I think the last time that I was in university, FUNAP, I gave a lecture on publishing your work. This is part of it. I think that's why you asked me to, please leave me to relax when I come to Nigeria. But nonetheless, I don't have the names of the persons that have these posters, but if you hear the title of your name, please come up, and my chief, my local organizing, I don't want to say local organizing officer, I say my Oga that is in charge will give you your award. All of you can come. If you are multiple of you, please just come in. There is, I will start with the 4th prize. 4th prize is safety assessment of bush mango seeds. Something. They should come. You are there? Okay, go with go. No, if you are part of if you are part of it, your name is written on the poster. Anybody that the name is written on the poster should be here. If you could, congratulations to you, congrats. If you could hear the last time, I don't know when I was here, but I could say, working together works, right? Yes, that's it. That's why they are having prizes. The 3rd prize goes to safety assessment of Okay, no, wait, food price, lactic, wait. Yes. Okay, safety assessment of bush mango. Oh, that should be the third price. Okay. Lactic acid bacteria introduction and whatever. Lactic acid bacteria. Lactic, we'll check. Okay. Okay. Then the second prize, I love this one. The noxus of food safety. Safety assessment, something. I know. I was. Wait, let me just see. The noxus. Wait. Hey, it's a lot. The noxus. There's. Yeah. Wait. No, it's fine. Okay. Okay. The first half. The overall, the Oga Kwata of all. The Oga Kwata of all, that's number one, is mineral and phytochemical analysis of cocoa, something, I couldn't.
Please, can someone among the scientific committee help us to look at the posters and give us the full details of, What is the complaint?
The nexus is this.
Yes, but by who? Okay, all right. Wait, Mugaji, Grace. Yeah, Grace is my daughter. Come. Okay, wait. Okay, it is. Please just. So it's the nexus of food safety, wildlife protection, and responsibility tourism. Mogaji, please come up. Yes, come up together, all of them. Yeah. Safety assessment. Congrats. Wait, we didn't have this. Yes, safety assessment. Okay, what is it? Mineral. Yeah, but we should have a representative of where they come from if we call, please. Okay. Yeah, please, I think it should be, please, if you have a representative, if they are not present, please, someone else should come and represent your institution or organization, please. Okay, there is a prize here for mineral and phytochemical analysis of cocoa beverage fortified with date and ginger. Roland Kayode and Stella, come, please come forward. Come represent. Yeah. Okay.
She went for service.
Okay. I will say congrats.
Thank you so much.
That was the best poster.
Yeah, that's
best.
That's
good. And okay. As I said, I was stringent. I can't say that I'm disappointed. I know that there is pressure, but please, you listen to the scorecard, right? How I classified, how how we arrived at the score, final score. please take note of this. If you like, I can share in our forum, and then also my keynote address. Please feel free, share with everyone, so that there is a lot that we can learn. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Photographer. Hello. Me and my Oga.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You gave me this, but you have exhausted, so you must give another one.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, please do. So, thank you for that, Prof, for helping us to handle that. Now, I want to appreciate our partners that made this conference to be what it is. I'm sure we are happy about the conference. Or maybe before I go into that, can I say we should all clap for ourselves? So, we've clapped for ourselves. We are happy that we are part of history. This is the first Acafp Food Safety Conference in Nigeria. We had the last one, 2023, in Accra, Ghana. So this is the first one in Nigeria. And is every 2 years. The next one will be coming up, which year? Thank you very much, 2027. But as I'm talking to you now, we don't know which country it will be. But when the board of Acafp meets, it will decide on the country, and everybody here will know where the next Acafp Food Safety Conference will be, which will be the 4th by year 2027 by God's grace. So you will get to know. As I said, I'm going to appreciate our partners. They are the ones that have made this conference possible. And they are also here with us. That shows the interest and commitment that they have for this conference. Permit me to start with FAO. Please, let's clap for them. So it's not that they gave us the resources alone. They also came down to come and be with us, be ready for us in case we have any issue or challenges. So they really supported us with everything. Once more, I want to say thank you, FAO. We also have, yesterday RSM to SNF made presentation here. They are also one of the partners that also assisted us in having this conference. Let's clap for them. Also, we have Food Safety for Africa project. The PI and other members of that team have also been with us since we started. So please, let's clap for them again. We appreciate you. Thank you. We have Bao Easy. Bao Easy is from China. They supported us and they are also here throughout the program. We appreciate them. We have many of the food companies. You see, we have so many things that we have been giving out, and some that will still be taken away from here. So all these food companies that have made this possible, we also appreciate them. Let's give it to them. We have the logos of these companies. Yeah, so I can't mention all of them, but we I want to say we love them. So thank you very much. At the same time, we also appreciate all the exhibitors that have also come to exhibit their products and to also tell us more about their company. Thank you very much. In the list of appreciation, I also have the Acafp board, okay, for the trust that they have in Nigeria when we bidded and we showed interest to host this conference. If not that they trusted us, they wouldn't have given us that opportunity. So we appreciate the board of Acafp for that opportunity. And to my, I don't even know the adjective to use for them, the amiable and wonderful LOC team. Please, help me to give it to them. God have used them tremendously to pull this conference together. They have been working tirelessly. Please, help me to clap for them once again. Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much. So before I move on in providing information to us, we want the chief rapporteur for this conference, person of Dr. Titi Falade, to come and give us the communique for this conference. So after that, I will provide some information and call on two people among the participants, a male and a female, to tell us something about the conference. And after that, we will close the conference and will tell us the next step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The communique is displayed for our inputs. It's titled The Communique of the Third African Continental Association for Food Protection, ACAFP, Food Safety Conference. It has a photo, our group photo taken, and the theme, Enhancing Food Systems for Improved Public Health, Trade Competitiveness, and Economic Growth in Africa. The venue, Ogere Resort, Ogere Remo, Ogun State, Nigeria. And the date, 27th November 2025. The Third African Continental Association for Food Protection, ACAFP Food Safety Conference, was held at Ogere Resort, Ogere, Nigeria. The theme was Enhancing Food Safety Systems for Improved Public Health, Trade Competitiveness, and Economic Growth in Africa. The conference convened around 200 delegates, including delegates from multiple countries within and outside Africa. These included public, private, academia, research, and development sectors. These included representatives from regional organizations, national governments, international institutions, private sectors, educational and research institutions. How would you like me to go? Do we pause and take corrections? Maybe when we read this. Okay. Let's pause. Okay, so please, can we have your inputs to this? Okay, please, can you move the mic around?
Thank you. The second paragraph, I think the second and the third sentences can be matched. We took it so that at the end of the second sentence, that's the development sectors, you can put semicolon and put including representatives from regional organizations, national governments. So it will flow, I think it will flow like that. That's my suggestion.
Okay. I've been guided further. In the interest of time, we'll post the draft communique on the platform for our inputs today so that we can finalize. So I'll just read through. So please note the areas that need correction. Okay. Through keynotes, plenary and technical poster presentations and exhibitions, delegates interacted and discussed critical components of food safety that are relevant for the African context. The aim of the conference was to promote dialogue, encourage networking for collaboration, and provide insights based on research, innovations, and practice that are important for increasing awareness about food safety in Africa. The conference underscored that food safety is an important component of food security, including control of microbial contamination, physical contaminants, chemical contaminants, especially mycotoxins, pesticide residues, antimicrobial residues, heavy metals, low awareness, and lack of synergy in collaborative efforts. Testing is expensive, therefore testing methods that are affordable and reliable are needed. There is need to increase the economic and physical accessibility of testing methods that are fit for purpose for different actors in the food system. Efforts have been dedicated to developing and accessing methods that can improve the ability of African countries to detect food hazards and foodborne diseases in foods and in the African context. Efforts to promote reduction of incidence of food hazards have included efforts to increase awareness among stakeholders, use of processing methods such as traditional fermented foods, exploring non-African methods to reduce consumer exposure to foodborne pathogens. There is a gap in addressing food safety within the dominant informal sector, and that there is need for this sector to be integrated in actions to address food safety and in the development of evidence-based policies. Studies from stakeholder mapping, awareness assessments, and other social sciences demonstrated that the formal sector is much more controlled than the informal sector. Collaborations in more strategic ways are required to address food contamination, and funding is needed to support research because of the associated high cost of research. Community engagements are important in food safety practices because, quote, food safety is everybody's business, unquote. The slogan of, quote, if you see something, say something, unquote, was emphasized, and that food safety should be taken to educational, there's a typo, such as worship centers and marketplaces. Call to action. Whereas food safety is about human survival, there's a typo there, Africa has the highest burden of foodborne diseases at 91 million cases of foodborne disease and 137,000 deaths annually in Africa. Behavioral change is critical to reduce the rates of foodborne diseases, requiring concerted efforts by public, private, research and development sectors, particularly in the dominant informal sector. Consistency, collaboration and synergies are needed to drive efficiency and minimize duplications in activities, particularly driven by public sector, including government, academia, research institutions, and the value chain actors. Financing is a key requirement for research, implementation, and generation of data for evidence-based policies. Government at all levels and private sector players need to include food safety in their investment plans for increased protection of citizenry. Food safety should be prioritized as a public health trade imperative, including youth and gender-sensitive approaches. Testing is critical, and innovative strategies need to be explored through facility sharing arrangements and fit-for-purpose testing methods. A One Health approach is required in solving the food safety issues in the intersection between food safety, food security, and health security. Transformation of research knowledge to basic understanding is needed for the underrepresented, such as the farmers, traders, processors, and aggregators. Public sector at national and subnational levels need to address policy aspects of food safety for increased grassroots dissemination and implementation. So please put your comments in the chat when you receive it so that it can be finalized. I think there are plans to publish the communique from this.
Please, let's clap for the team. Yeah, thank you. Please, just for our information that at the end of all this, for those of us that still have our tickets with us, we will go for our food. Please, we will finish everything very soon. I want to call on the representative of FAO for a closing remark. After that, the representative of the board of Acafp will also give us a remark, and I will now provide little information. Thank you. Please, let's clap.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess you're all itching to go back to your various places. Are we? No, okay. So I'm here on behalf of FAO of the United Nations with my closing remarks. So on behalf of the FAO Director General in Rome, together with the Assistant Director General of the Regional Office for Africa, I would like to thank each and every one of you to taking time off your duty schedule to be here with us to deliberate on food safety. I must admit that I've had the privilege to attend the first and the second, and this third one has been something else. It means that we keep improving the work we do each year, or if we have an opportunity like this to share what we have. And I don't want to be biased, but I could see that quite a lot of Nigeria experts and students really did a lot of presentation, and you have really proved to the whole world that yes, you want to move food safety from one level to the other. I've always said that food safety is everyone's business. If we want to stay alive, we need to make sure that whatever we consume is safe and of good quality, so that you and I at least will save some funds to go to the hospital. I've also listened to the presentations we have, very interesting, very insightful, and I hope that with our commitment, we'll move food safety to the next level you and I would like to see. FAO remains a supporting agency where we provide capacity building together with sharing of information and by giving technical assistance. So we are always there to help member countries. Feel free to channel your requests through the right ministries, and then you will be assisted. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but then what I would like to do now is to encourage each and every one of you. You pick a lot of information from here. FAO as an organization, we promote knowledge sharing. Whatever you've picked here, please, when you go back, those who were not able to join us, please share the information that we want to ensure that in the next 2 years, the food safety will move from the current level to the next level that you and I would like. And to end it, I would also like to share the famous quotation that our Director General always talks about. And he says that there will be no food security without food safety. And I know that quite a number of you will agree with me. Let's ensure that we have what it takes to call food safety. Then you and I will have food security with the 4 pillars, namely production, which is availability, consumption, where we
see the healthy diet, nutritious food, affordability. When food is very expensive, quite a number of people find it difficult to eat healthy diet. So let's encourage, let's see how best we can move food safety to the next level. I wish you all a safe trip back home, and hope to see you again in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to call on the representative of the President of African Continental Association for Food Protection to come and give us a closing remark. The person of Mr. Ernest is from the Gambia. Let's clap for him.
Thank you very much, Professor Obadina. I would like to stand on the existing protocols and deliver this closing statement. It is indeed a singular honor and pleasure for me to deliver the closing statement on behalf of the President and board members of Acafp on the occasion of the third Food Safety Conference of Acafp. The theme of the conference, Enhancing Food Safety Systems for Improved Public Health, Trade, Competitiveness, and Economic Growth in Africa, is a timely, relevant, and appropriate topic at a time when the African continent is grappling with the challenges of food and nutrition security. The African Union, regional economic communities, development partners, and our African governments are working tirelessly to address the challenges of food safety on the continent in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, Agenda 2063 of the African Union, Kampala Declaration 2025 of CADEP, and other regional policies. As the emphasis is always on increasing production and productivity by our countries, it is important for all countries to pay increased attention to food safety and quality. Food safety will ensure that we reduce our health challenges and promote good health, attain food and nutrition goals, make African agricultural products competitive in global trade, and stimulate rapid economic growth. Distinguished conference participants, the implementation of a robust food safety policy and programs will have a multiplier effect on all facets of our national economies, from food and nutrition security to health, tourism, trade, economic well-being, and even employment. I challenge all conference delegates to go back home and implement the best practices learned on food safety from this important conference in order to improve the living standards of people on the African continent. We should all be ambassadors and activists for food safety, from our homes to the national level. The implementation of our continental and national food safety strategies will help our countries benefit from opportunities provided by the African Continental Free Trade Area. One slogan that has resonated in all the papers and posters presentation during the conference was, "Food safety is everybody's business." Food safety is everybody's business. This is an important take home for all of us. Let it be so as we return to our various professions and businesses. On behalf of the board of directors and especially the president of Acafp, I would like to thank our conference funders such as FAO, Research Supporting African MSMEs, to provide safe and nutritious food, and also Food Safety for Africa, co-funded by the European Union. We value this partnership and want to develop it to higher heights. We equally value the support of the Federal Ministry of Health and the Nigerian Stored Product Research Institute of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Acafp is grateful to our conference partners, which Professor Obidana has mentioned, from the private sector in Nigeria and overseas. Acafp is looking for a long-term partnership across the continent and will be approaching all these institutions that participated in the 2025 conference.